Hello, guys. Welcome back to this huge live streaming dedicated to the first part, as I was telling you yesterday, of my thoughts of episode 20, season 4, part 2 of Shingeki no Kyojin, or episode 79. Look, as I was announcing you yesterday, for those who are coming inside of the live streaming right now, and you didn't follow that tiny live streaming that I made yesterday, 10 minutes or 13 whatsoever, I decided to split this live streaming into two parts. The first part will be today. The second part will be tomorrow at the same time schedule that you find right now. The reason why I wanted to split these thoughts, it's not because I don't have anything to say. It's totally the contrary. I have to say so many things, and that's why I decided I preferred to divide these into two parts. As I told you yesterday, I made 25 sheets of papers dedicated to this entire episode with all of my thoughts, all the symbols, all that I could catch, and especially all the perspectives of all characters based on each scene, each frame. So let me start immediately. It would be pretty long, I already tell you this, but the most important thing is that you understand the entire vision of what I think. If I look down, it's just because I have my sheets of papers here, and I don't want to miss anything, especially today. So I think that I will look down many times. Because I have written so many things, specific things, that it's better for me to let you understand. Okay, let me start immediately. In the first frame, okay, it's only one frame. You see a bird that is making a circle, and it's like as if this bird is repeating the loop that is going back and forth, as you all know. And the thing is that this bird is on top of everything. So it makes you understand that that's Eren. You all know that Eren is connected to birds, especially in the last, moments in the last seasons of Shingeki no Kyojin. You see that everything is connected between the bird and Eren. So I really liked this first frame because if we follow it, it seems as if everything is connected already with what the story has to tell us. And this bird that is looking from the top of everything, and no matter the setting, I mean, you see the houses under this bird, and this could be Shiganshina. But anyway, no matter what's the setting under this bird, the most important thing is that the bird is on top of everything, and it seems as if it's Eren that is controlling everything, and it's deciding everything, as if it's an omniscient viewer. And you all know that an omniscient viewer or an omniscient narrator is that the narrator or viewer that knows already everything, that is detaching himself from the rest of the story because he or she already knows what's going on. In this case, thanks to this episode, we know that Eren controlled everything. So I really liked this first frame because it already anticipates you, even if we discover it later, that it's Eren that is controlling everything. So I really liked it. And second of all, this bird that is looking from top to bottom, that means that it's creating somehow his territory, it's marking it. And if we are checking what's under this bird, There are houses, and once again, I want to tell you, in my opinion, this is a Shiganshina. And by marking the territory as a bird, and something like this happens even in real life, the bird that is marking the territory, it's like as if he wants to say, that's my house. I mean, that's my stuff. You don't have to touch it. And once again, I want to say this. In my opinion, Eren decides to save a paradise. Eren decides to protect the paradise. So even this small detail, it's definitely something important if we wanted to analyze it thanks to symbols. And another thing is that he wants to stay on top of others because there is nobody else that is more important than uh, than him in this story. Also because he decided to create this story based on these memories from the future. So I really liked all of these things. And this bird is making, as I was telling you, this circle that stands for the loop that is repeating things over and over again. But at a certain point, if you notice, I mean, the first circle that the bird is making, it was totally fine. But the second circle that the bird is making, at a certain point, you see that this bird is making a strange movement, as if this loop is interrupted. You can go and check it out. I'm still talking about the first frame, the first scene you see. And while this bird is making this movement, it makes you understand that something is going to happen. I don't know. I caught this moment only by rewatching it because, of course, when you are making the first impressions, the first reaction, you can't understand this. You're too focused to understand all the rest. But then when you go and rewatch it, you see all these small details that are making you feel speechless, let me tell you. And in fact, later in the episode, we see that this loop is interrupted actually by Eren. So I really liked this first frame because it has lots of things that make you understand that something was already anticipated just thanks to symbols. And another thing I want to say is that if that's a Shiganshina, I mean, if that city or that town under the bird is a Shiganshina, I noticed that Shiganshina in that moment, while the bird is making the circle, has lights and shadows. That means if you watch that frame, you see that there are lots of lights on one side and lots of shadows on the other side. And of course, this means that it could be a contrast, a main contrast between war and peace, or good memories and bad memories. And in fact, throughout this episode, we can see from different perspectives good memories, but also bad ones. So the good thing is that you already understand, thanks to this one and only frame, everything that is going to happen. And I really like that. Then the second frame, you see the walls and all the clouds that are on top of it. This is another great frame for many reasons. And now I'm going to tell you all of them, of course. In my opinion, this frame makes you understand how much Grisha and Eren are connected anyway. Because if you remember, even Grisha looked up in the sky when Grisha wanted to go out from the walls together with the Fae. And the reason why they wanted to go out was because there was the Zeppelin. And I think that even in that case, there were lots of clouds surrounding the Zeppelin. So these clouds and the Zeppelin let you understand that there is something beyond the walls. So the fact that something is surpassing the walls is already a hint for him to go out from the walls. And at the same time, even Eren had the same feeling, because in episode one, there are two birds flying over the walls, anticipating, of course, the attack of the colossal titan. So these two characters, no matter if they are father and son, they are connected each other, of course, by the same experience they could feel, because both of them, they were really curious to go outside the walls. And in fact, you see that this thing is going to change their lives for both of them. In the case of Grisha, he is going to assist on his sister's death, and he thinks that all these is the main problem of everything. I mean, it was because of him that everything started, and in a tragic way, of course. And in the case of Eren, it's from that moment, from that attack on Shiganshina, that no, even before actually, that he decides to join Chosahedan and to try to understand what's on the other side of the walls. So, as you can see, both of them wanted to have this. I mean, they have the same purpose, even if it's a little bit different. Then, if we check once again these walls are represented as if you are looking at them from a below part, as if you are under the walls. And I really like that, because it means that we human beings are so small compared to the walls. I really like how they directed this moment, because you see as if some people are looking up on the walls, and this is like a sort of a barrier, something that is limiting the human beings living inside these walls. But it can also mean the cage. As you all know, the walls were represented in another way as the cage, in which the birds that are Eren and all the others are living inside these walls. Or we can think that these walls are also communicating this will of freedom, because, of course, all these people wanted to go out from the walls to discover what's going on, to understand the world in general, without even knowing that the problems are coming. If we check the clouds, on the contrary, of course, they mean hope, because if the clouds can go beyond the walls, it means that something is happening, or there's something behind these walls. And there is this sort of continuity after the walls. So it's directly connected with hope. And this is a great thing for Eren and the others, even if later, as much as for Grisha, yes, I want to repeat this, that scene can be seen by both perspectives. And even in the case of Grisha, when he saw the Zeppelin going over these walls, he was thinking, okay, there is something else. Let me understand what's outside of these walls. And the most important thing is curiosity, because as you all know, Eren was really curious to go outside of the walls, thanks to these birds, or thanks to the Chosahedan that are the wings of freedom. But at the same time, even Grisha had the same feeling, because even Grisha was curious as soon as he saw the Zeppelin, and as in order to please his sister, because his sister was curious too, Grisha took that decision. So I really liked that. These two first frames, I think that first of all, they can anticipate what's happening. later. And second of all, they can already let you understand what we are going to talk about. So they are pretty essential. Then there is the other scene in which you see this arm of a tiny baby. And this arm of this tiny baby is going, this baby is trying to reach something that is on top of something. In fact, this arm is raised, is going to raise. And this was already meaningful, in my opinion, because once again, that baby is Eren. And by stretching his arm, going on up instead of down, it's like as if this baby really wants to go on top of something. And this was really meaningful if you think about it, because a few seconds, no, 1 second before, you see the walls. So everything at the beginning of this episode is definitely connected with the one scene and the other one, and and this is so nice. And even in this case, when you see this arm that is raising up, you see that even if it's just a baby, also in that case, there is a contrast between lights and shadows. In fact, this arm is divided into two sides. There are lights here and shadows here. And of course, you all know that even in this case, Eren's life was made by good moments, but definitely by bad moments. Um, so this can also mean the contrast between the hope for a new life, because of course Eren could have been a hope for the future, but at the same time even a threatening coming for the future. And of course we all know that now we are in a hard situation if we talk about Eren. So I really liked that these contrasts of colors are can also mean something else related to Eren's life, or what's going to happen. It can also mean, this arm of this little boy that is raised and it goes up instead of down can also mean the trust for the new generations, because of course Eren is a newborn, and if you wanted to have a babies or if you like the new generations, you decided to portray even baby boys or people who are going to create the next generation. But even in that case, does this mean that it's a good sign or a bad sign? Does this mean that we are going to trust the new generations, or even the new generations are cursed because of the previous ones? This is really interesting. And then Grisha already knew about the fact that Eren was about to be born. Somehow, yes, because Kruga was anticipating him what he had to do. That means to start a new family, to have a new baby boy or a new baby girl, to have a baby. And at the same time, I think that Grisha at this point already knew that Eren was coming, also because he could see everything from the future. He could see what the Eren of the future could have shown him. And okay, later I'm going to analyze it better, deeply, definitely. But this makes you understand that Grisha could cultivate in his heart the hope that everything would have been better based on what he was called the son from the future. I mean, I try to put myself in Grisha's position somehow and think, okay, if from the future somebody is coming and he is telling me I'm your son from the future, and I have this purpose that is almost getting in common with my purpose. Now I'm Grisha. I decided to trust this son from the future. First of all, because he is my son, so he can't create something terrible to me. But then we saw the contrary. Uh, and second of all, because if I didn't trust my family, or even if in the previous life I didn't pay attention on my family, in this case, I prefer to do so to change the mistakes that I made before. But then we see what happens. So okay, I'm going to tell you later, but this was just an anticipation. Um, okay, then after we see this arm of the baby boy, we see the eye of the baby boy, and of course, from that moment, we understand that we are talking about Eren. And even in that case, these eyes or this eye is reflecting the will of Eren to look up instead of down. As much as it happens all the times in which Eren has these frames in which you see his profile, I mean, his face, and most of the times, Eren is looking up instead of down. Of course, even in this case, if we check everything from a newborn, I mean, from a baby boy that is a newborn, this eye looking up can stand for curiosity, for uh, a way in which you are surprised by everything that is surrounding you. And in fact, baby boys or baby girls, when they are so tiny, they look everywhere because they don't know anything about the world that is surrounding them. And this reflects, yeah, the curiosity that Eren has always had throughout his journey, throughout his life. Curiosity about everything, even small details, even things that could seem really difficult to detect. So I really like the moment in which they are showing this baby, because actually Eren even later was deeply curious about the world, as much as the baby boy is curious about what's going on. Um, then next, you see one important thing that is connected with who Eren is. That means the Shingeki no Kyojin. And this characteristic is when this baby boy, after they show you the eye, they are showing you that this baby boy is moving forward. I mean, he is he is trying to walk, even if he can't, but he is moving forward. And this is so important because this reflects what Eren is, what Eren will become, but what Eren already is. And in fact, later when he is saying that, when he is saying to Zeke, I was always like this. Yes, actually, he was always like this. Because even in this frame at the beginning, you see that the baby boy wants to move forward. And this is so great. I like all these details that are representing this will to move forward. Then you see, this is another important symbol that I detect, and I think you all detected, is when after the baby tries to move forward, there is an arm stopping him. And that arm and hand are the arm and hand of Grisha. It makes, I mean, it means a lot if you think about it, because throughout this episode, you see, especially at the end, this request that Grisha has on Zeke to stop him. So I really like the the fact that you see this baby boy trying to make a move to move forward, but at the same time, it's stopped by Grisha, especially Grisha. um, so this is all an anticipation of what's coming next, and this is simply amazing. That means stop Eren. Then you see that after this baby boy is stopped by Grisha, this baby starts crying, starts becoming rebellious. And this is already a reflection of what Eren is. No matter if he is a Shingeki no Kyojin or not, he doesn't want it to be stopped. And he is going to rebel. As soon as you try to stop him, then things are going to turn upside down because he's going to rebel. And at the end of the day, even in this scene, you see that he won because he was stopped by Grisha. He was starting crying, and then Carla was coming to handle him instead of Grisha. So this was a really nice because even in this tiny frame, you see that it's like as if Eren was limited in his will, that Eren was stopped no matter the freedom he wanted to reach by moving forward. As all the babies, I mean, if we have a baby and a baby is trying to walk somewhere and we tell him, no, 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 don't do that, it's already a limitation of a freedom, the freedom or the will of a freedom, the will to act. So I really liked that moment because from that you understand that Eren was born like this since the beginning, and he didn't change because of somebody. This connection was simply amazing. Um, or I can see another perspective, Grisha, that he is trying to stop him with that arm, with that hand, and Eren is still a baby boy. Is this a will to not just to stop him in that moment, but also to stop him in general? I mean, it's a great symbolism over there, a great metaphor of what's happening later. And maybe he really wanted to stop him to protect him, because Grisha later can see things from the future and he knows what's going to happen based on what Eren wants him to see. So maybe this is already an anticipation of how Grisha actually, at the end of the day, wants to stop him, not just because he's becoming really bad, but also because he wants to protect Eren from himself. I mean, from Eren himself. So this was really nice too. And then when Eren is hugged by Carla, everything is stopped. I mean, Eren is not crying anymore. And this already makes you understand how Carla was powerful and how her death caused him a huge pain, no matter if he was projecting it or not. But this is a black hole inside his heart because, of course, this is the love of a mother. So Eren will never forget his mom and her tenderness, her kindness, and her love for him. But you see that this way in which he is becoming still is also, I mean, it means also this shelter where you can come back after what you do. Do you remember, even in the ending, the song says, uh, if you have if you don't have a place to return to, you can't go anywhere. But if you have it, you know where to go back. So, as I was telling you in the previous live streaming, while I was analyzing the ending, I was telling you, look, um, Eren, by killing Carla, or anyway, by finding that Carla was dead, lost somehow the place to return to. Even if later this place to return to is connected to Mikasa. But at that time, he lost his place to return to. So it was a trauma. And of course, Carla is also innocent, is a real victim of everything. So no matter if Eren projected to kill her or not, based on what he made Grisha do, at the same time, Carla is still a victim of everything. So I really liked when later Eren is looking at her in this melancholic way, sad way, and regretful way, because he knows that Carla had to be sacrificed somehow to have this reaction on the Eren of the present time to keep moving forward and to connect his pain to his next actions. But I really like that, yes, going back to this scene of the baby that is getting still once he reaches Carla's arms. Yes, you see Eren totally changing. And this makes you understand the difference between the parents. I mean, the father, he was really crying, and everything is reflecting what's happening later in the episode. While Carla, he feels still in her arms because she's a pure victim of all this, and she was a pure inside. She didn't have anything wrong. She didn't do anything wrong. So this is the huge contrast. And then, of course, Eren and Zeke are looking at all these scene, and of course we understand from all these that these are Grisha's memories. So they are going inside Grisha's memories, and they can't modify anything because it's not their memories, and also because um, I think that it's not just Zeke who wants to show Eren things, but everything already started even in Eren's mind and what Eren wanted to show Zeke specifically. No matter if Eren at that time is not saying anything, is not saying, look, actually, it's my plan to show you all these. But he prefers that Zeke is still convinced until a certain moment in which he's seeing something in particular that we are analyzing later. And this was really nice. I mean, you see that Eren is still is not having anything to say, etc., until later he's going to say even too much. But I noticed that Grisha is wearing the same shirt, I mean, the same long sleeve shirt of Eren. I mean, and this makes me think a little bit because do you remember the idea that I had regarding what's happening later? I mean, what's happening after Eren's death? I have always imagined that Mikasa was having a baby boy from him, and maybe even in that case, she was going to call him Eren. And Eren, of course, would have been dead, so he couldn't take care about him. But John would have taken care about him. This was my idea for the future. But when I saw this scene in which all these characters are seen from the backside, because they are not showing you the face in that specific moment, there is a specific moment in which you can't see Carla's face because you see her from the back. You can't see Grisha's face because everything is seen from the back side, and there is this baby carried. So for a second I thought, oh, don't tell me that this anyway is an anticipation of the fact that Eren is going to have a son from Mikasa. And why do I think so? And I will think about it even later, is because Eren is saying that he is going, as much as Grisha, but he is going to move forward till his death, and even after his death. And later I'm going to explain you what I mean when I say something like this. But definitely, in that moment when I saw Grisha, Carla, and the tiny Eren, but when they were not looking at us, but they were shot from the back, from their back, I thought, and Eren was, I mean, Grisha was having the same long sleeve shirt as Grisha was like, as Eren. I was like, oh, don't tell me that this is an anticipation of what's happening after Eren's death or before Eren's death. Wow, if they can have a baby boy, I'm really happy for that. But anyway, let me go ahead. Mm, I'm analyzing a frame after frame, I mean, a scene after scene, so you can understand my stream of thoughts. Then Zeke, yes, as I was telling you, Zeke is really convinced about what he's doing. He's convinced that he has to reveal Eren a truth. And once again, I wanted to tell you this. All these people who are convinced about something that actually they think that they have this power of conviction, they are convinced that what they are showing others is the truth. And even Zeke is making this mistake as much as Grisha made this mistake back in the past when he was talking with all the other restorationists. Even Zeke is convinced here. He wants to show Eren that Eren was used, that Eren was used by his father because of his father's purposes only, because Grisha had to reach a specific place, a specific point, on a dad that doesn't have care about him, that he is not caring about the results of what's going to happen to him, because Grisha has never taken care of his family, and he is ready to sacrifice everything that he really has in order to reach his goal, and so many things. So he thinks, I mean, Zeke thinks that Grisha transformed Eren by having all these thoughts and by spreading them thanks to his ideals. But later, we discover that it's all the contrary. So, Zeke, I'm so sad that you are convinced throughout all this first part of the episode, because it's the contrary. So, I feel bad also for Zeke. In fact, later I'm going to analyze Zeke too. But now, follow me for the moment because everything has a connection now. But yeah, another time, this conviction, this way to be so sure about everything that is typical of the Grisha of the past, actually, that is reflected on Zeke. So even if Zeke is going against the Grisha, but at the same time, he has many things in common with him, apparently. And later, yeah, that great moment in which they meet finally was simply emotional. But okay, let's go ahead. And he is also convinced that Grisha abandoned him, that he doesn't even remember about him, that he forgot about him and forever, and that he remade a new family. So now he is busy with his new family that Zeke or Dinah, in this case, are no more in his mind. Eren is looking at him at that moment when he is saying something like this. And I think that Eren is looking at him like this because he already knows that that's not true. I mean, Eren already knows that Grisha never forgot his previous family. And he knows it because he could travel from a past to the future. And in that moment, while Grisha was meeting Kruga, he already saw this. I mean, he saw the fact that when Grisha met Kruga, the first thing he said was repeating the fact that he had Dinah, that he had Zeke, that he had already a family. So Eren really knows that what Zeke is saying is not true about him being forgotten and things like this. But I like the fact that without even saying anything, Eren is looking at him, and you understand from his glint of an eye that he's thinking, what are you saying? I already know that that's not true. So I like the way in which you see that while Zeke is talking, Eren is always looking at him as if he wants to tell us something, even before revealing what's happening later in the episode. But he's definitely revealing something to us. And I like this style because from these glimpse of an eye, from this way of looking at him, you can definitely guess or understand the things. So good job, Mappa. You definitely portrayed it, Eren, in the best way, as much as you portrayed it very, very well, Grisha. But we are going to talk about it later or tomorrow. But even Zik, because all of them are inside of this loop of being tricked over and over again. So being disappointed, being um, afraid, being scared, being angry, and all these things. So these Jaegers that are involved in this episode, they have so many things in common. Let me tell you. Mm, but yeah, in that moment, Eren was looking at him while Zeke was saying these things, and I think that he was doing something like this on purpose. I mean, to stay silent and see what's going to happen next, because Eren has already a plan to show Zeke some things. Or is that Eren? Is that Grisha? I will tell you later. But absolutely, I think that Eren stayed silent over there for a reason. And then we go ahead because Zeke, while looking at that scene, right now we are looking still at Grisha, Carla, and the tiny Eren spending time together. And you see Zeke looking at them. And let me tell you, he I feel sorry for Zeke because in that moment he could see with his own eyes all the things that he hoped to experience in his life too. I mean, when he sees that Grisha is cuddling the tiny Eren and next to him there is Carla, he has always hoped to receive the same treatment, to see Grisha behaving the same with him. So I feel sorry for him because I can understand the pain he's feeling right now. But he is feeling this pain without even knowing that Grisha has never forgotten him. So I can understand both sides, definitely. But the way in which Zik is looking at this moment, as if he's saying, "Ah, how much I would have stayed on Eren's side. I would have liked to stay on Eren's position in this moment when he was cuddled, when he was cared, when he was loved." Yeah. Um, so this was something that he has always wanted, that he has always wished for his life too. But you know that this didn't happen. So and of course, what he really wanted to achieve was affection, protection, love, all these important things that faded away in the moments in which you see that Zeke is having a relationship with his father or his mother, especially when he's having more or less Eren's age, while he wanted or he decided to join the Chosahedan, that means 9 years old. Um, so Zeke is feeling a sort of envy, but this envy is not something really negative. It's that typical envy of a person who suffered a lot and who really wanted to have his family next to him. So yeah, definitely, I don't feel as if Zeke in that moment is something really bad or someone that is spreading this envy towards Eren, but it's just a pure kind of envy. I don't know how to tell you this, but it's not something that it makes me feel, oh, Zeke, you're envious and you're spreading this envy in this moment. Because no, I think that that kind of envy is there just because he feels sad, and that's it. Um, and yeah, in that moment, you see Eren at the same time that he's looking at Carla specifically, who's hugging him, who's making him feel more comfortable. And I think that Eren, by looking at Carla in that moment, he feels that he's missing her a lot. You see Eren in this episode sometimes, not always, but sometimes you see that Eren has a sad face because he, of course, regrets everything that he projected somehow. Not that he regrets, but he feels sad for the choices he made. But at the same time, in his opinion, it was everything. It was so necessary to do that there is no other choice. So you see this ambiguity, you see this ambivalence of Eren's character, in which you see that on one side, Eren is so proud of what he did, but at the same time, you see that he is so fragile in some instances or in some moments. And this makes you understand that a sort of heart is still there. That Eren is not just evil, but by looking at specific frames of these memories, he still feels pain for everything that he caused, but there was nothing else to do. So I like that he's ambivalence. But I definitely think that Eren misses Carla so much because, anyway, she was his mom. And no matter what happened, uh, he will never forget about her. And then you see that the tiny boy goes back to Grisha, and this time, when the baby boy goes back to Grisha, you see that the baby boy starts playing with his dad because he's moving his face like this, and Grisha is making a strange face, like, "No, what are you doing?" So I like that this symbol too, this symbolism too, because in that moment you see that there is another anticipation of what's coming next in this episode. It's like as if it's like as if it's an anticipation of Eren playing with his father. And yeah, the choosing frames for this episode were simply stunning because they all mean everything. So if you check them carefully, you can already see all the episode in these a few frames. That was really awesome. And before going to the next memory, you see Eren that after Zeke is saying, "Come on, next." I mean, it's coming next time. Um, that something next is coming, a new memory is coming, and Zika seems to guide him while it's the contrary. Yeah. But before going to the next memory, Eren is looking at him, is looking at Grisha once again. He's looking at this family once again, but he is making a face that is not a happy face. He's making a face as if he's rancorous, as if he knows already that he can't forgive Grisha. He can't forgive his father because his father too was a traitor to him. So he sees how disappointed he is in that moment. And yeah, I really liked that glimpse of an eye because you see, you understand thanks to these how Eren feels throughout the entire episode. So I wanted to praise Mappa once again for the hard work they made to represent Eren as the best here. No matter if it was just a glimpse of an eye, no matter if it was the entire face, whatever, they portrayed Eren in the best way, and I could feel it. Um, oh, then another thing, yeah, I wanted to say is this subject of the door. I really like that because the door that is opening and it's going to another dimension, let's say to another memory, and this extension of time in which you can walk actually, and you can see things. That was really beautiful. I mean, to use the door, it was really nice because yeah, it's a way to move from one side to the other one. It's also being seen as a trip of consciousness, because it's a thanks to this trip, it's a thanks to this path that the characters are taking, that you understand everything, that you understand not just the actions or the events, but you also get in touch with the feelings of the characters in the moments they are watching these memories. So it's like as if it's a stream of consciousness. And this was so great because by using the door, it's like as if different worlds are opening. I really liked that choice. And also, the doors passing from one door to the other one can mean even these events that are determining, that are creating consequences. And in fact, you see that from one memory to the other one, things are going to become crazy. um, it can mean this door opening, it can mean even these trip time and space traveling, because you know that by passing from one memory to the other one, we are even jumping year after year or years after years. So this door that is opening, and it's lightful. I mean, you see lots of light over there. I really like that. It can mean also the chronological movements that we have in this episode between the past, the present, and the future. Everything is connected. I really like that too. And the extension of time, of course, because you know that this trip through memories that Eren and Zeke are making, but even Grisha, all three they are making, it's based on this extension of time, because even Zeke or Eren later they are saying that this thing is lasting years. I mean, while they are traveling through these memories, everything is lasting years. So this extension of time, as we have always talked about, even in the previous episode with Ymir. So that was really nice. Okay, then we jump into another scene, and this scene is the baby boy that is trying to catch the butterfly. I mean, once again, it's really meaningful here because, first of all, Eren is happy by following this butterfly, and he is running towards this butterfly because he wants to catch it. And of course, the butterfly is Mikasa, in my opinion. And this butterfly also reflects the beauty of the world. In fact, Eren is so happy by trying to catch it because he would like to catch the beautiful part of the world, even if he's stuck in the cruel one. And by Eren's face trying to catch the butterfly, you can even see this innocence, this spontaneity that later it's going to fade away. So I really like, because every time innocence is connected with baby boys or baby girls, I mean babies. And this is true. In fact, even here you see that Eren is a baby boy when he's trying to catch the butterfly, and it's like as if yeah, everything is so innocent, everything is so peaceful and beautiful. And yeah, I've always thought that Mikasa was the butterfly, because every time Mikasa is surrounded by butterflies, even in the previous seasons. So definitely, even in this case, even if it's just a baby boy with a butterfly, but this is an anticipation of what's happening next, actually, because Eren is meeting Mikasa later, and it's a thanks to her that he can see the beauty of the world. So everything is connected, as you can see. Um, but by trying to catch Butterfly, he's moving forward. Once again, this baby boy that is walking straight, as if he represents anyway, no matter if he is still not at the Shingeki no Kyojin, but this attitude that goes that goes on except for the fact of being the Shingeki no Kyojin or not, and this makes you understand that what Eren tells you later is true. That means I was born like this. I was always like this. And in fact, through these frames, you see that the baby boy is moving forward, no matter if then he's stopped or not, but he tries to move forward, to go on with his intentions, with his instincts. And also the fact that the butterfly is trying to stay next to him, as if this baby boy is attracted by it. And in fact, that's what's happening, because Eren is attracted by Mikasa as soon as he sees her for the first time, and also because if Mikasa is representing the beauty of the world instead of the cruel one, Eren, of course, is attracted by it, and I really like that. But then, once again, there is a moment in this frame that caught my attention, because even in that case, when Eren is trying to catch the butterfly, he is stopped by Grisha once again. And this anticipates you what's happening later. That means that Grisha really wants to stop Eren. And once again, this baby that is stopped from his will of acting by his will of freedom to choose something, this will of freedom, yeah, to decide what to do. And yeah, even in that case of the butterfly, you see that it goes away, it's flying away. And even in that case, uh, it makes me understand that mm, the Grisha has to finish somehow the mission that he has right now, that he can't do it because that's why he is passing this mission to Zeke. But the mission is to stop Eren, actually. And the butterfly that flies away, to me, it means that Mikasa is going to survive and she's going to fly away from him, while Eren is going to stay over there. That means that he will die. So once again, he by not being able to catch the butterfly, this means that Eren will go. I mean, Eren will die, and Mikasa is going to survive, and she's going to stay. Um, Once again, Zeke is looking at this scene, and once again, he's seeing that Grisha is hugging him, that Grisha is taking care of him. So even in that case, Zeke feels really bad, because he's always thinking, ah, if this could have happened to me. He is always thinking about these, all the things that he missed, all the things that he couldn't have. So this journey is pretty painful for him. And even if he is still convinced that he wants to show it and some things, but at the end of the day, you see that even these memories, it seems that they are there on purpose for Zeke to dig inside his heart and his feelings too. So that's so amazing, because until a certain point you don't understand if Zeke wanted to show him something, wanted to show Eren something, or it's the contrary. But the more you go on, the more you understand that even these small details of hugs, of the boy that is playing with the ball with his father and all these things, they are not there for nothing. They are there for a reason, and the reason is to let Zeke understand things, or to let him feel pain because of this. Um, so even in this case, when Zeke is looking at this scenario, you see as if he missed this routine day life, a simple day life that is everything that Zeke wanted since he was a child. And this was a pretty sad once again. I want to tell you this. Um, But yeah, once again, Zeke is saying next. That means, come on, I am deciding what to show you. But as I was telling you 1 second ago, I don't think so. I think that Zeke is already being tricked by following these steps with Eren, because everything, even if these are Grisha's memories, but there are some details, some specific scenes in which you see as if is Zeke that is controlled by Eren, that is Zeke that has to take this path of feelings and not Eren, and all these things. So I really, really liked it. Um, then we pass to this scene in which you see Grisha that is trying to steal some information from these higher up people. I mean, these powerful people inside the walls. And Zeke, of course, is still convinced that Grisha is using his family or his context, his even his job to reach these powerful people. And I have another option to tell you at this point, because here we see that Grisha is desperately trying to find info, but and Zeke, of course, is convinced that that's Grisha. I mean, that these are Grisha's intentions to do so. But from my perspective, it's not true. I mean, I don't think that was Grisha trying to do these things because these thing came from his mind. Of course, if you follow the season 3 part 2, you know that Kruga said that he had to go inside the walls to make a new family, and in the meantime to try to find information about where is the founding titan, to find it, I mean to find the founding titan, the founder, and to eat him, or to find a way to move forward and to finish the mission. So from my perspective, this way to search information through these Wolsina, or anyway, these powerful people, it's not because it's a Grisha's intention, but I still think, I still believe that it's Eren from the future asking him to do so, because if he does this, he, Grisha, is following the hope of what he really wanted to do too. That means save Eldia. And by hearing this consciousness, this voice, this intention that is trying to force him inside his mind, I still believe that even in that moment, Grisha was forced by Eren to find info. And at the same time, Grisha, by following this voice he could hear, or by show, or by seeing things from the future, thanks to Eren, he was trusting all these. I mean, he was trusting these memories from the future that they were shown to him by Eren on purpose to do what he had to do. And let me tell you, it's like as if Grisha was trusting this voice, this intention, these memories from the future shown by Eren, because anyway, that was Eren. I mean, that was the same baby boy that was born, but from the future. So, of course, Grisha at the beginning preferred to trust this, because how can you not trust your son from the future that is telling you this, and this? Of course, maybe we would have done the same. I mean, if it's happening that person is coming from the future, or that we see things from the future, and that these things seen from the future are managed, I mean are handled by our son, I think that we all would have trusted this. We all would have said, okay, anyway, that's my son showing me this from the future. So let's trust him. Let's be confident with it because that's my son. So I think yeah, in that moment, I think that he was just trusting. I mean, that Grisha was just trusting this Eren from the future, telling him to do so, telling him to steal some info. And I think that at that time, when even Kruger was saying this, it was for two reasons. Maybe Kruger saw the memories from the future, so he could suggest Grisha to do everything that he did. Or anyway, it was Eren possessing the body of Kruger and telling him the same thing. That means make a new family, have a wife, have a son, and try to find all the info you need in order to reach the founding titan. So as you can see different things from different perspectives. It depends on how you see these things. But actually, and definitely, I think that in that moment while Grisha was stealing info, it was not because of his intention, deep intention or deep will, but it was because he was suggested by something else. He was following this mission he had based on the memories from the future that he could see or that Kruger could see, and then he could transfer them to Grisha. I mean, all these um, chronological movements that you have to pay attention on them. So when Zik is trying to portray Grisha as the one who's stealing info because he's using his family and the fact that he is inside of the world, blah, blah, no, Zik. Unfortunately, your father was trusting these memories from the future. Unfortunately, your father was trusting this voice of the Eren of the future that was his son. So he was trusting his family to do so because he was convinced that if Eren from the future was doing something like this, it was for something good and it was for the same great purpose that he also had. So he decided to trust him. But that was a huge mistake, as we all know. So Zik, I feel so sorry that you are punishing Grisha, and we all punished Grisha for this. But thanks to this episode, you understand that Grisha is a victim of all this, and that Grisha was following his feelings because he preferred to trust his family this time. But anyway, he made a mistake. So that was really awesome. So he did, I think Grisha did what he did, even in this case, to steal info and stuff like that, for the love he has for his family, for the love and the trust he could put in this Eren from the future. And also by thinking, look, if I can gain info, if I can go ahead with all this plan as the Eren from the future is telling me, then I can have even the chance that I can save even Zeke, that he's on the other side of the ocean. So he was always thinking about Zeke too. And later I'm going to tell you other moments in which, in my opinion, Grisha is thinking about this. Um, and also because maybe Eren, thanks to these memories that he showed Grisha from the future, he was promising things to Grisha, and he was showing specific things only, as we understand at the end of the episode, because it was a way to trick him. It was a way to promise him this restoration of Eldia. That is the thing that he also wanted, but Grisha has never expected these all this mess that was happening later. But anyway, yes, this was one thing that I wanted to underline specifically here. So when Grisha is trying to steal info, no, I don't believe that that's because it's his intention. Um, and then at the same time, Eren keeps looking at Zeke while telling all this stuff about Grisha. And even in this case, he is looking at Zeke as if he wants to tell him, look, it was not Grisha's intention and he was not bad. I decided to turn him into a bad character, or I decided to turn him in what he was because it was my decision, not his decision. So everything that happened, it was because of me, not because of Grisha. So if you wanted to punish somebody, it's not your father, it has to be me. And I really liked that moment too, because even in that case, Eren was feeling so confident by looking at him because he already knew everything. He already knew all the answers, while Zeke was still immersed into a mess because he didn't even realize what he was saying. So I really like that. Um, then uh, later, and then let me tell you honestly, I don't remember if it's here, um, or if it's later. Let me check 1 second because I wanted to say something. Um, no, I think it's later, but let me go with the flow. Then Zeke is asking Eren, you want to risk all this? Why? I mean, how come? And I mean, no, Zeke is talking to Eren, but he is talking to Grisha actually, and he is saying he keeps risking his life for this info. Why? And of course, in my opinion, Grisha did what he did, as I told you, because he was suggested by these memories from the future, and he kept trusting this Eren from the future that was his son. So he wanted to trust his son. That was something parents would do, actually. Um, and of course, Eren and Zeke are looking all these scene from outside because they are looking from the window, and of course, Eren in that moment he's playing. I mean, he's tricking Zeke because he is repeating the same sentences of a season of season 4, part 1 when they meet, and he is saying yes, yes. Eren is saying yes, I was being brainwashed. Yes, now I understand. I was wrong. La 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 la. So can we finish with all these memories? And Zeke is saying, no, no, we have lots of time. I want you to be convinced for real, so don't rush and things like this. But I really liked the fact that this scene you see Eren and Zeke from the backside, and then you see on the left side you see a tree that is having lots of leaves. You see this window instead of the door, and once again you find the door as much as the window that are like portals. I mean, they are opening another dimension, and in this case they are part of this Grisha's memory once again. And then the good thing is that they are showing the memories of the past because we are inside Grisha's memories right now. And then we see Eren and Zeke that they are grown looking at this. That means the present time, as we all know. And uh, everything is a scene from the future somehow because it's Eren guiding all this process from the future. So or anyway they are seeing all these memories connected to a past. That means that they are already in the future. So this connection between the past, the present, and the future that is repeating all over again. But I really like that everything is surrounded by a specific setting or a specific context, and this window that is in front of them that is like a portal that is showing them this trip, chronological trip, let's say. And then Zeke, once again, look, I feel so sorry for him at this point because he was tricked all the time because he still believes that he is powerful, that he can do everything that he wants, etc., etc. Even when he says, "No, look, we don't need to rush." Even in this case, he thinks that he understands Eren, that he understands the fact that his feelings, his thoughts, everything. But Zeke, you don't even know. I mean, I feel so sad for him because he's too convinced. And in fact, don't rush. But there is no need to rush, or there is no need to go on with this because Eren already projected everything. So we're just wasting our time for nothing from Eren's perspective. But from Zeke's perspective, this is not a time wasted because he still believes that he has a chance to change his brother's mind, but you're talking for nothing. Zeke, you're talking for nothing. Definitely. I feel sorry even when Zeke is saying, "Oh, you don't have to worry about me." No, don't worry. No, don't worry. Eren doesn't feel worried at all. He is just so tired to waste the time because he has his project to go on, and all these thing is just a time wasted for him. But anyway, oh, now we are moving to the scene in which Grisha, Carla, and Eren, who's grown a little bit already, they are eating together. If you remember, this is more or less the same scenario of season 4, part 1, when we go back through Zeke's memories and we see that in that case, Grisha, Dinah, and Zeke were eating. It is almost the same setting if you see it. I mean, there were candles, the atmosphere, the colors, the tones of colors were definitely the same. And I think that it's made on purpose because this reflects the scene in which Zeke was having a stomach ache, because then he's trying to ask his parents to stop with those movement, with that movement they wanted to go ahead. So I really like that in this case, in this frame, you see that Eren is next to Carla, and by looking at Grisha, Grisha is smiling as if he is happy, etc., to spend time with his family. While on the contrary, if you remember in Zeke's memories, Grisha was having that bad face to him when he was saying that he was having a stomach ache and all these things. So everything is all the contrary compared to Zeke's memories, and the fact that Zeke right now is seeing this scene and he's checking it really carefully, it makes you understand the pain he's feeling. And once again, these envious feelings that he has, because he's thinking, even in this case, if at that time I could spend the time with my family in this way, I would have been so happy. Um, but also seeing Carla next to Eren trying to help him eating. While in Zeke's memories, you see that Grisha and Dinah, they are in front of him as if they wanted to create a distance between them and him. While in Eren's memories, I mean in Grisha's memories, checking this moment in particular, um, Eren is surrounded by love because Carla is next to him, helping him, and Grisha is in front of him, but he is smiling. So it's totally different. But at the same time, you see Eren trying to get the spoon, okay, as if he wants one more time to try to do something by himself, as if he has this deep intention that he has a free will. He knows what he wants to do and he wants to try. By trying, he can create his own intentions. So that was really nice, that frame too. Then you see the scene of Grisha, Eren, and Hannes. And in this case, I felt as if Grisha was not feeling ashamed because of what he was and the son he had. Um, Sorry, a second, guys. I think that in that moment, Zeke was feeling that the scene as if he was saying, huh, He is not feeling ashamed to show Eren to other people. While in my case, he was ashamed of me. He was always saying that I was not able to do anything. He was always pushing me hard. He was always praising others instead of me, etc., etc., etc. So this pain of Zeke that is increasing frame after frame, memory after memory, yeah, I felt it like this. I mean, while you see Grisha showing Eren to Hannes, it's like as if, and he is smiling, it's like as if he is so proud of Eren that it's not a problem to show it to everyone. But even in that case, guys, think about it. If I am Grisha and I have seen memories from the future, and by seeing these memories of the future, I'm so proud of my son. I'm so proud of Eren, who wants to have the same project as I had. Of course, I have to be proud of him. Of course, I have to show this baby boy everywhere because I wanted that everyone is getting in touch with this hope for the future, right? Based just on the memories that Eren wants to show Grisha. But what I'm saying is that if I trust these memories from the future, and if I trust this son coming from the future and telling me or showing me how great he is, how he's going to change the world, how we have to do this because it's helping these hope for the future to realize, to make this dream that I also have come true. Of course, all the Grisha's actions towards Eren are great compared to what he was behaving with Zeke, because Grisha was feeling strong for the fact that he already saw everything from the future and he saw some things that Eren wanted to show him. And once again, I want to tell you this. If a person comes from the future and he's telling me, look, I am your son from the future, and by being from the by coming from the future, I'm guaranteeing you that the project that you wanted to fulfill, that the dream you had can become true. That means to save Eldians. That means to find a way to find our um, revenge on all these and trying to restore Eldia somehow. If Eren told these, Eren from the future told these to Zeke thanks to memory, to Grisha thanks to memories, of course Grisha would have said, "Oh look, this baby boy that I have right now here, he is that Eren." So it's of course a way to trust him because Eren is here. Because Eren will become what I saw. Because Eren maybe will join Chosahedan as I saw. Because Eren will never stop fighting as I saw. So all these things made Grisha feel so confident about following everything that Eren was showing him from the future. It was a certainty. It was a guarantee, also a guarantee because anyway, we are talking about a member of his family. So he was trusting his family this time. Compared to how he behaved with Zeke, this time he decided to praise his family and to follow what his family was doing. But he made a mistake. Okay, later we are going to talk about this once again, but I hope you understand what I mean. Mm, and that's why Grisha is so proud to show everyone Eren because he already knows from the future that he's going to become great. He doesn't know all the things, just a few things, but he knows anyway that Eren is going to become really great. So why not? So what's the problem? Uh, and anyway, compared to Zeke, at that time, he preferred to trust Eren and his memories from the future instead of trusting Zeke, who betrayed him. Because I have to remind you that Zeke betrayed his father. So, of course, he decided also to have a different behavior because of this, definitely. But I hope you understand what I mean when I am analyzing all these things. And it was hilarious because Grisha at that time was showing Irene to Hannes. I mean, they were having fun or they were joking together with Hannes. That Hannes was also the reason why Eren went berserk at that time in season two, and finally Eren could get in touch with Dinah Fritz. So all these things that are shown the frame after frame, they are simply amazing because you can keep talking about these things hours and hours as much as I'm doing. So feel free to follow me in this, but this was so amazing. Oh, and then there is another scene, the scene in which Grisha is trying to open some shelves, some drawers, because he's still trying to find this info while this patient, this powerful person, is sleeping. Is he sleeping or is he dead? Hmm. I think he's sleeping, but by being a doctor, by Grisha, by being a doctor, he could have let him die thanks to some pills. We don't know this. But anyway, the fact that Grisha is trying to open these drawers to find some info, and in the meantime, Eren is looking at the patient. I mean, looking as Eren is looking at this powerful man that is laying inside his bed, and we don't know, is he sleeping only? I mean, did Grisha give him some pills to sleep longer so in the meantime he could check some info? Or was that a victim once again? Did Grisha kill even this powerful man or not? Because Eren is looking at him. I mean, he's looking at this patient. Why? Is he looking at him because he's trying to see if he's falling asleep for real, as he was suggesting his father? Maybe. Or is he looking at him because that powerful person inside the walls is another victim of Eren's plan? Because by killing him, of course, is another life that is gone. So, this is pretty interesting. But anyway, first of all, from Zeke's point of view, Grisha is behaving like this because he still wants to find info by using his position, by using his job, by using his family, by using everyone, just because he has to follow this proposal. And this means that he is able to do everything in order to reach the info that makes him getting in touch with the Erase family. And while doing this, by checking the drawers, by checking everything, he is still trusting those memories that Grisha saw from the future. He is still trusting that Eren from the future that is commanding him, keep moving forward, go ahead with the mission, don't forget that if you keep going on with your mission, I can appraise you by showing you something from the future, or I show you already something from the future, and if you keep doing so, this is the result. So please go ahead with this mission. I'm still convinced that Grisha did what he did, all these things, because he was suggested, not because he really wanted. So he opened the drawer to find info, and he put this patient sleeping over there, or he killed him even because he was sad to do so, not because he really wanted to do so. And you know how fragile Grisha is, so he could have never done all this without the help of something external or something that was coming from the future, or Kruga suggesting him from the past, thanks to the memories of the future, to do things like this. But in the case, in my opinion, that's Eren. I mean, that's Eren Yeager. That is asking Grisha to do everything that he's doing for a purpose, a certain purpose. And then he is finding this place of the race because he's finding a specific paper. After he's opening the drawer, he is finding a paper, and that makes you understand that he found the place. Okay, he was reading, but he could find the place. And outside of the door, there was Kenny. Kenny, that in this episode, analyzing this episode was really useful to me because, first of all, Kenny was, if you go back to check Kenny's dialogue with Uri, and this dialogue regarding this utopical piece, that was really essential to me to understand many things of this episode. In season 3, part 2, you all know this. Season 3, part 1, sorry. But even Uri, somehow, by checking that conversation yesterday, Uri, it seemed that he already knew all that was coming, because he was saying, he said, I know that sooner or later this world will be crashed. Yes, it will. It will be like this. And he was also saying another thing that was true to me. That means when he's saying that violence is the absolute truth of this world. And actually, he was right, because when the rumbling will start, absolutely, there will be violence only. So it's correct. And the fact that he's saying that it's the absolute truth, it's going against a little bit what Kruger was telling Grisha, because Kruger was saying that there is not an absolute truth. If we check this sentence from different perspectives, yes, there is not an absolute truth of who's good and who's bad, who's right and who's wrong, because nobody knew till that moment. Maybe we will know it in the future. What was the truth about Ymir and what happened to her? Next episode. But if we check this sentence in a different way, there is not an absolute truth. Kruger was wrong, because I agree with what Uri is saying. The absolute truth is violence. We can't avoid violence in what's happening in the future. And in fact, he was right, because the rumbling will start, and the rumbling will cause violence that is something evident, something true, because it's in front of our eyes. So Uri was saying that by knowing what's about to happen, and he was talking to Kenny, he was saying, I would like to find a way to avoid this. But we all know that this is not going to happen, because there will be the rumbling. But then he is saying, I believed in the miracle. Yeah, you believed in this. And let me open a bracket. This is utopia. Because we can't, as I was writing already on the comments section in the community, you can't have just one side of the coin. The world is made of opposites. So, as much as what in Naruto happened with Kaguya, that they were trying to create the Mugen's Kuyomi, even here I can tell you that it's impossible to avoid even the bad side of the coin. A coin is made by two sides, as much as the world is made of opposites. So, this utopia that Uri was trying to create by erasing the memories of the aliens, and by let them not know what's happening, and created this peaceful 100 years. No, as you can see, this fake miracle that he was about to represent was not going to last, because the world is made of opposites. There can't be peace without a war. There can't be love without a hate. There can't be good without bad. The world is ruled by these two things, two sides of the coins, and we can't avoid one side of the coin, otherwise even the other side of the coin doesn't exist. So this is philosophy, guys. This is philosophy, pure philosophy. Love can't exist without hate, and vice versa. By getting in touch with hate, you can understand even what love is, and vice versa. So if you decide to eliminate one side of the coin, you are definitely sure that the other side is not existing anymore. So what Uri was created, yes, he was hoping for this miracle, but this miracle was not realistic. It was not about to happen. And in fact, this is what happened. But yeah, this conversation that Uri had with Kenny was really useful for me for to understand many things regarding Frida later. And Kenny, yes, I'm so happy that they showed Kenny, because Kenny said one important thing in season 3 part 1 that is underlying even in this episode, and is the leitmotif of this episode too. That means everyone is a slave of something. And I agree. I still agree with Kenny, because Eren is searching his freedom, but it's like as if he's a slave of this freedom. And it's something antithetical if you think about. If you're a slave, you can't be free, right? I mean, if you're a slave, it means that you are still not free. So I understand once again why Eren wants to die, because if he stays in this world, he is still a slave to reach this freedom, because he's a slave of freedom. He wants to do anything possible in order to reach that freedom. So by erasing his life, it will be even easier for him to be free forever and for real, and not being a slave of freedom. So I definitely agree with these things said by Kenny, and I'm happy that they showed him in this episode, because it's a key. I mean, Kenny was a key for many things. And of course, in this case, Kenny was there outside of the door, because we are next to powerful people. So we know that Kenny was next to the Race family. And we know that he was getting in touch with Frida as much as he was getting in touch with Uri before Frida. So I liked this connection. And I like how frightened Grisha was by running away from that room. Um, and Kenny was looking at him. I mean, he was looking at Grisha as if he was already suspecting, as if he was already suspicious of Grisha. And yeah, I really liked that moment for real. But everything is so essential to the story, as you can see, and I'm so happy for this. And then, yes, when Uri said, I believed in the miracle, in that conversation he had with Kenny, then uh, you see how Kenny is seeing Frida. Because you know that after Uri died, everything was transferred to her. And I like how Kenny is describing Frida, because he's saying, just because somebody is having this luxury feeling to look at the others from top to bottom, and just because they have this immense power that they are free to choose what the F they want of all the other people's lives, is this all because of this? I mean, is it just because you have this luxury feeling as if you are able to decide for others thanks to this power they have? Just okay, just let me try to. And in fact, the Kenny later he tried to be the commander of his followers. But I liked what he said right now. I mean, I liked what he said in that specific moment in which he was looking at Frida, and he understood that this race family, okay, he by being an Ackerman, he couldn't have the memories erased, of course, but he understood how bad it was, the position of this race family, and they were all looking from top to bottom on others. This was something that helped me understanding the scene of Frida that is happening later in this episode. But yeah, I think they put Kenny for a reason in this episode to let you think about what happened or what he said in season 3, part 1. That is pretty important so far. So, yeah, that was really nice. A really nice choice, definitely. And of course, yeah, it's connected to Grisha because he was trying to find the race base, etc., etc. But in that moment, I was thinking, okay, that was a great connection. And remember, everyone is a slave of something. Yes, it's correct. Kenny was totally right. Okay. Grisha was a slave of his son that was telling him from the future what to do. Eren is a slave of freedom. Zeke is a slave of his will of power. Okay. Everyone is a slave of something. So, Kenny, you're still present here. I'm so happy. Definitely. Okay, then we go ahead. There is the scene of the moment in which Grisha is finding the race base before. And here, this is something interesting because once again, we understand that these are Grisha's memories and not Eren's memories. Also, because Eren didn't know this. I mean, you see for the first time throughout these memories that Eren is getting in touch with something he didn't know. Wow. Usually Eren knows everything already, but no, he doesn't. So, in fact, he was surprised, and it will be not the first and only time in which Eren is surprised, but we will see it even later. So, maybe in that moment in which Eren is seeing that Grisha found already race base, the race base, he felt once again disappointed by his father because if he found the base before, he could have already killed the race family, but he didn't. So I think, or I feel as if Eren, every time Grisha is having a step back, it's not that I feel it's obvious, but he feels really disappointed by him because he had the perfect chance to go ahead, to move forward, because that's how the Shingeki no Kyojin behaves. So the fact that he didn't do that at that time, it was wow, something bad to him. He should have done it. He should have moved forward. So why he didn't do that? Oh, that's huge. I mean, that's there are many things that I have to tell you now, but let's go step by step. Anyway, yeah, I think that that was already another time in which Eren felt disappointed because of Grisha's behavior, because he refused to attack. And then what I really liked, it's another frame that they put while Eren and Zeke are talking in the meantime, and there is this door that is open. The race base door is open, and Grisha and Eren, they are a little bit distant, and they are looking everything from a distance, but they are not showing their backs. This time they are showing their faces while they are talking. And I like that this door here of the race base is open and they are looking at it as if that's another gate to hell. Because in Shingeki no Kyojin, you always see that every time we have to reach a downstairs place. I mean, we have always to go deep down in the basement. We have to go down in the race base. We have to go down in the basement of the Jaeger family. We have to go down, even in the case of the underground floor when Reiner and Eren are meeting. Every time, everything is down, okay, as if there is a descendants to hell. And this is so important. And in fact, every time we go down into a place, we discover something that is going to turn into hell or something that is created as a hell. based on the actions of the protagonists. So I really like Isayama's choice to go always down, because it's not just a descendants to hell, but but it's also the descendants of the personality of the characters, because by going down they are going to destroy themselves sooner or later. So this was a great choice. But anyway, that door of the race base, when it's open and Eren and Zeke are looking at it from another perspective, to me it means even that that door is the door of the change, because it's a thanks to the race base and thanks to what happens later when Grisha is going to kill them, that the loop will be interrupted over there for the first time. So that door is pretty important, even if it's just a frame. But to me, it has a great importance. Um, and then another thing that I was thinking, did Grisha discover this race base because he was collecting all this info by himself, or because somebody else, thanks to his memories, told him? Who knows? But there is always this interference of a chronology, and that's why Eren was surprised by the fact that Grisha found that place already and he didn't do anything. Why Grisha found that place already? Is it because he got info somewhere else and Eren doesn't know this? This is really interesting. But anyway, Eren is looking at Grisha. Eren is looking at Grisha, and you see that Eren is pretty disappointed because we see that Grisha once again takes a step back because he doesn't want to do anything at that time. Or maybe at this point I'm thinking, okay, I didn't write it in my notes, but I'm saying it to you right now. Is it because even in that moment when Grisha is opening the base and he found the place, maybe he was ready to attack, but at a certain point you see Grisha that is opening his eyes. I mean, he's making this face like this, as if maybe in that moment he saw something from the future that maybe led him understand that that was not the proper time to do so. Maybe it could be. But anyway, Zeke is looking at Grisha and he's speechless because he's saying, oh, wait a second, he already found this place. And I know from you, Eren, you said it, that he attacked the Race family. So at the same time, Zeke understands that there is something wrong here because he was expecting to see that he was going down and he was killing the Race family. So Zeke is starting understanding that maybe Grisha is not the evil father he thinks. Otherwise, if he followed his thoughts and his convictions so far, he would have known already what was going to happen to his father and his father's decisions. So I really like these two Jaeger brothers, that they have a totally different expression on their faces based on their will, actually, or based on their thoughts. But yeah, why Grisha stopped at that time? Is it because he really didn't want to do so? Or is it because he saw something from the future in that specific moment that told him that that was not the time, the proper time to do so? Um, I can think both at this point, but if I have to prefer one option, I prefer the fact that Grisha didn't want to do that because he has never wanted to do anything. He has always wanted to take a step back from all these situation. Even before, when he was turning into the Shingeki no Kyojin, or when he was listening to Kruga, he didn't want to fulfill this mission. He didn't want to do anything anymore. He was simply destroyed by the loss of Dinah and by the loss of Zeke, actually, that he was not ready to do anything anymore. So I prefer to think that he took a step back, and it's also the first time by doing so that he is going against the principles of the Shingeki no Kyojin, because that's the first time in which Grisha is refusing to attack and to move forward till his death and after his death. So definitely is the first time that things are different than what they should be. Um, then Grisha comes back home, and the first thing that he's doing is hugging Eren, the tiny Eren. Okay, here I wrote so many options, so I'm going one after the other one because I tried to see things from different perspectives. Number one is that if Grisha did what he was suggested to do at that time, I mean, if by finding the race base in advance, he could have attacked them, etc., etc., maybe by do so, based on the memories from the future that he got from Eren of the future, he could have lost his family. So once again, he could have lost his family. And by having this thought, he preferred to take a step back at this point. Because by remembering what happened to Zeke and Dinah, he said, no, this time, if I do so, there is the risk I lose the second family. And by knowing the pain that I felt at that time, I'm not brave enough to do so. So it's better for me to refrain from doing it. The second option is that he knows that he missed the chance to do what Eren of the future told him to do, thanks to the memories from the future, or thanks to this consciousness or this voice inside his head that keeps repeating things over and over again. So, by feeling himself as a traitor to the Eren of the future, he is hugging the tiny Eren as if he wants to admit his um, guilt of not doing what he was supposed to do. Do you understand what I mean? I mean, by feeling this regret of and by feeling guilty for the fact that he didn't want to pursue the will of the Eren of the future, he is going back home and he knows that he is a traitor somehow because he was not following what Eren of the future told him to do. Or he was feeling a traitor also in the case of Kruga, because he, by transformed into Shingeki no Kyojin, he promised Kruga too that he was going to go ahead with the mission. So by feeling this feeling of being a traitor, he wanted to hug the tiny Eren and saying sorry by doing what he did, by following the choice he made. And in this case, by saying sorry in advance to this tiny Eren, that is saying sorry to the Eren of the future for what he did, blah, 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 it's also a way to confirm him once again. Look, no, I was not brave enough, but I'm still staying on your side. And there is this contraposition between Grisha's thoughts regarding the Eren of the future while hugging the Eren, the tiny Eren, for example. Third option, mm, maybe he is hugging this tiny Eren so tightly, so badly, because he knows by going to the race base, maybe, and this is following with the second option that I told you 2 seconds ago, if by reaching the race base, he opened the basement, I mean the way to go underground, and he stopped because maybe he saw from the future that that was not the proper time to do that attack, and he was suggested once again by the future. He went back home and he was hugging Eren, the tiny Eren, no matter what, because he knows by having seen from the future when there will be the proper time to attack, that sooner or later he will lose his family somehow. So maybe these hug plus tears can be reconnected of Grisha's feelings to know already when there will be the proper moment to attack the race base, and by attacking the race base, he's going to condemn his family forever. So this is the third option that I thought. And by doing that attack, he already knows that he will force Eren to turn into the Shingeki no Kyojin. So he's hugging this tiny Eren because he knows already all the bad things that he is going to do in the future by seeing them, thanks to the Eren of the future. Um, then, while Grisha is hugging Eren, the tiny Eren, the little Eren is looking somewhere. I mean, you see that the little Eren is there is this frame of Eren's little Eren's eyes looking like this. What does this mean? Can this little Eren see the big Eren? I mean, the Eren that is now. It could be because maybe by being Eren Yeager, he can see the Eren of the future, or anyway, yes, the Eren of the future, because anyway, we are talking about a future Eren compared to the little one. Or maybe there is a strange feeling that this Eren, little Eren, is feeling while Grisha is hugging him, that can create this special contact between father and son. So even this little Eren can see something or can feel something in particular. It can mean the ability to feel the presence of somebody, or to feel a voice of somebody, or I don't know, but during that hug you see how strange is this moment in which Eren, the little Eren's eyes are opening, and then he is looking somewhere, and to me he was looking at the Eren of now, but we don't know, we don't have any confirmation about this. This is pretty interesting. Then another, I have another option that is the number 5. See, as you can see, I collected all of them, and that's why it takes time. Um, wait. Yeah. Then there is one moment referred to this scene because Zeke sees that Grisha, after coming back from the race base, and he renounced to go forward to attack them, etc., etc. From Zeke's perspective, he is going back home and he is hugging Eren. And from Zeke's perspective, this is something crazy because if it happened to him, he would have never been hugged. He would have been treated so bad. Or Grisha would have never hugged him. So even the fact that he wanted to renounce to the plan to attack the race base, I'm seeing everything from Zeke's perspective. And the fact that he is going back home, so he is renouncing to do so. And for Zeke, it's something crazy because Grisha with him has never renounced to do anything, to brainwash him, to educate him in a certain way, to push him hard, to tell him that he's a good for nothing if he doesn't train, that he didn't have confidence in him, etc., etc. You all know that. But the fact that he, Grisha, renounced to go there to attack them, he comes back and he is even hugging Eren, crying. For Zeke was wow, why this didn't happen to me too at this point? Why Grisha didn't renounce to convert me into a person that was going to send to war, even if I didn't want to? etc., etc., etc. I like how Zik is perceiving Grisha till a certain moment, and he still believes that Grisha is preferring the second family to the first one when the problem is something else. So as you can see, it depends how you see things from the different characters' perspective, because all of them they have a different vision of things. But in that moment, Zeke remembers that the scene in which Grisha was looking at him so badly when Zeke was telling him, "Look, I have a stomach ache. I can't eat anymore." Do you remember that Grisha's face that was simply bad and definitely something wrong? Okay, I have two options for you. For even for the face Grisha made at that time. Maybe it sounds crazy, but I wanted to tell you my opinions anyway. The first opinion that I have, by looking back at that memory, you see that Grisha, when he's looking at Zik in that way, he has the same eyes of Eren, the same tone of color of Eren's eyes, that is a green that is a little bit different. Okay, so my question to myself is that moment in which Zeke was looking at Grisha, and Grisha was looking so bad at Zeke at that time when they were eating. Was that Grisha making that face, or was that Eren making that face from the future? I mean, as if Eren could enter inside Grisha's body and making that face on purpose, because those were the events that should have been like this. I mean, maybe that was still Eren's project as an Akuma no Ko, to make that face on purpose on Zeke and to reach the moment in which Zeke would have betrayed Grisha, so that Grisha could have reached the walls, could have made all the rest. Maybe. If you check that face of Grisha at this point, to me, it sounds as if that's Eren in that moment looking at him and not Grisha. And in fact, Grisha is looking so bad at Zeke, and then in a frame after he's changing his facial expression. Or maybe I can give you now a second option based on this, and it's maybe because okay, that was not Eren controlling Grisha's behavior in that moment towards Zeke, but it was Grisha making that face on purpose, because he saw from the future that he had to act so bad with Zeke, so then Zeke could have betrayed him in order to reach the walls, etc., etc., etc. So these two faces of Grisha that are changing expression one after the other one, it can be Grisha um, forced by the Eren of the future to behave like this, I mean, to behave bad with Zeke in that specific moment. And in fact, in the frame after, you see that Zeke, by starting like this and then doing like this, maybe it means that he was forced to do so because he knew that that project that was coming later was even more important, and maybe Zeke would have understood him later in the future, or the reason why he was doing this. But it was too early for Zeke to understand. So at that time, when we saw that scene in season 4 part 1, it was pretty bad to watch. And in fact, we all said that Grisha was super wrong, that Grisha was making a difference between one child and the other one, that he was behaving in the worst way with Zeke. But now that we saw even this tiny frame after of this face Grisha made it to Zeke, things are changed. Things are being seen in a different way. And yeah, if in that face of Grisha that was Eren instead, It means like as if this Akuma no Ko went inside Grisha's body, that means Eren from the future. And he did that face on purpose on Zeke because he wanted to create all the events one after the other one as it should have been. And this Akuma no Ko that is interfering with Grisha's life as if the devil is taking people to a level in which they have to make mistakes on purpose because of his will, because of the devil's will. And also because maybe Eren from the future is looking at what Grisha is doing in the past. So if Grisha is following his steps, Eren, by looking at him from top, as if he is in a god position, he is intimidating Grisha. So Grisha had to be forced to behave like this because he was forced by this Akuma no Ko to behave in the worst way with Zeke. I don't understand if you understand what I mean, but it's like as if the devil is possessing Grisha in that moment to force him to behave so bad, in such a bad way with Zeke. And at the same time, by doing so, he wants to look on top of Grisha because he's coming from the future and he knows everything that will happen to see if Grisha is following what this Eren from the future is saying. And yeah, it's like as if he has this omniscient viewer. It's like as if he is still an omniscient viewer collecting everything to check everything if everything is like as he wants. So that scene is still important, absolutely. um so try to see things from a different perspective, guys, because if we see everything from one perspective only, there's a problem. I mean, in Shingeki no Kyojin, you should extend your mind a little bit and try to see things from different perspectives. And then we reach the scene of the basement. The scene of the basement in which, as I was telling you, once again, the basement. So something that is revealing something that is pretty dark, something that is revealing a secret, something that is dark, something that is underground as much as we, in all our imagination, I mean, imagine of the devil stays underground, or anyway, a place that is connected to hell. And in fact, we know what happened with that key, but yeah, you understand what I mean. So we are reaching this basement scene in which Zeke still thinks that Eren was really loved more than him, and he was so loved that Grisha could interrupt his plan to kill the Race family. So, once again, in Zeke's opinion, there is the evidence in front of his eyes that he was just treated so badly just because there was not love in Grisha for him, just because he thinks that Grisha preferred to love Eren instead of him, preferred to follow his second family by not giving importance to the first one. So Zeke is still convinced about this. But it's totally the contrary, as I was saying, because Zeke needs to understand that he is loved. And yeah, wait a second, I'm just reading one sentence that I wrote. But yes, but Zeke doesn't understand that is totally the contrary for three options, in my opinion. First option is that Zeke, is loved, but at the same time, Grisha, he is regretting that at that time he didn't attack the race base because he preferred not to follow these voice or these scenes that he saw from the future by Eren, or Zeke, he is loved, but at the same time, Grisha felt guilty because by deciding to have a step back, he was interrupting this will of hope, this will to change things. And at the same time, third option, Grisha feels a coward because instead of following what he saw from the future and attack the race base at that time, now he prefers family instead. And if it's doing something like this, it means that he understood his previous mistake when his ideals were more important than the family, that he was ready to trash his family away in order to follow his ideals, to rescue to restore Eldia. To restore Eldia. So even in this case, you see as if Grisha, for a second, he's saying, "Oh look, in the previous life, I made a mistake. I decided to follow my ideals instead of taking care of my family. In this case, that I have the opportunity to attack, and I know that thanks to my attack, my family will perish because I saw these things from the future. I take a step back and I decided to protect my family instead." By deciding to spend time with my family instead and by not remaking the same mistake as I did before with the previous family. So as you can see, there are these are three different options in my mind, and I still have to understand which one is the right one. But I'm just sharing with you my thoughts and what I could collect as an option, because Zika thinks all the things that he's thinking, but he needs to understand that Grisha is thinking something totally different right now. He didn't step back just because he is just loving this family more than the other one. There are these three options that I told you already. And let's see which one is the real one. Maybe stay tuned. In the future, they are going to tell us. Oh, this is another great thing that I noticed. And it's when Grisha is sleeping. And he is sleeping while he is writing these books that later they are going to be found in the basement. Okay, I wanted to say one thing. The fact that the book is open and Grisha is falling asleep on top of it, this can be obvious. That means that while writing, he felt tired and then he fell asleep. Yes, okay, this is something pretty obvious. But if we check things from another perspective, is I can see in that scene specifically as if Grisha is not himself, and in fact, he is sleeping. And that means that he is not writing those books. Maybe somebody else is writing those books. That means maybe it can be even Eren by coming inside Grisha and writing these books. Or does this mean that Grisha is not himself? Because even in that case, he is not. He's not him. He is not the one who's choosing to write those books, but somebody else told him from the future to write these books so then they can be found. Yes, it could be. And in fact, at that time, when Grisha is sleeping, it's like as if somebody else is interfering for him to write these books. I don't know if you understand what I mean. It's a pretty complicated to explain. But that frame, I don't think that that frame is there for nothing. I think that maybe it can have another deeper meaning. And yeah, maybe that's the meaning that can have also. It's like, yeah, those books were written not because of Grisha's will, but because of Eren from the future's will, who's going to impose Grisha to write these books because later somebody is coming to find those books in the basement, and then we can go ahead with Eren's project. So, yeah, those books at the beginning we thought that they were written by Grisha, and in fact they are written by Grisha, but the intention was coming from somewhere else. As if, as always, Grisha is manipulated. He is like a marionette that is that is moved from here and there, and is guided by somebody else. And also because if that's Eren from the future that is trying to control Grisha's actions by telling him that he has to write these books, or because Eren showed Grisha that those books were about to be found, so he had to write them first, of course. It also means that the destiny is already written, that the story is already written, and we can't change it. So maybe that's why Grisha decided to write these books. Um, and then another thing that I noticed in this frame is that there is the feather of a crow. I mean, Grisha is writing these books thanks to this pen, thanks to this pen that has the feather of a crow. And you all know that Eren was also connected to crows, even in the trailers, in the previous trailers, and even later. I mean, you see that Eren has a connection with the crow. Even in the opening and in the ending, you see these. You see that there are these crows, and of course, the crow is something malevolent, is something negative. It's something that is reconducted even to the devil, and in fact, Akuma no Ko. And that's why I'm saying that by having that pen with a black feather, that is the feather of a coming from a crow, it's like as if it's Eren writing the books of Grisha and not Grisha writing the books by his will. Or it's a thanks to that pen, and the pen represents Eren from the future, that Grisha can write these books. That means as if Eren, thanks to that pen, is helping Grisha to write these books that are something that can be helpful for the later project that is coming later. That means the moment in which in season 3 part 2 they can reach the basement. So that pen that has the feather of the crow is not there for nothing. Is there for let you understand that Grisha wrote the books thanks to the Akuma no Ko help. And then Zeke that is saying, look, you're not yourself anymore. This made me laugh a little bit. I mean, I feel sorry for Zeke because he still thinks, and he still thinks that he's so sure about what he's saying. But when he says, look, Eren, you are no more yourself. What? I mean, first of all, Zeke, you don't know Eren. How do you know if he is himself or not? How do you know? It's impossible because you have never spent time with him rather than projecting what to do with the rumbling. So, how do you know if he is himself or not? This is stupid. This is something that is not coherent. But I understand why he's saying this because he is still convinced that Grisha brainwashed him somehow, or he helped him to install in his mind these nationalisms ideals. So that's why Zeke is saying like this, because he wants to protect the Heren somehow. But at the same time, by saying this sentence, it's pretty incoherent because Zeke, you don't know Eren since the beginning, so how do you pretend to know if he's himself or not? No, that's not possible. But on the contrary, Eren knows pretty well Zeke, because even if they didn't spend the time together, he knows Zeke also because he could travel from future to the past, and he also knows Zeke thanks to Grisha's memories. So that's a huge difference. Zeke doesn't know Eren, and but Eren knows Zeke, knows Zeke's weak points, knows Zeke's fragility, knows Zeke's emotions, knows all the things that Zeke didn't have because he saw it through Grisha's memories. So, as you can see, Eren is more powerful than him also because of this, because he knows where to touch. I mean, he knows all the weak points to touch. And thanks to these weak points, he can dig inside Zeke's heart little by little in order to find all the answers he needs, and in order to know how to trick him, how to play with him, how to create maybe on purpose some memories that are happening even later for Zeke to understand what's wrong here. I mean, what's the truth here? So I really like also this thing, the fact that this way to be so convinced of the fact that he knows, I mean, Zeke knows, Eren, it's all denied later when we understand what happens. But even in that case, while Zeke is still convinced about this, Eren is looking at him as if he's saying, come on, you don't know me, but I know you very well instead. Um, and so it's not that Grisha is installing in him anything, but it's the contrary. It's Eren who is installing, who is putting inside the Grisha's mind many things so he can act in a certain way. And at this point, I wanted to connect once again with that scene in which Zeke feels a stomach ache. Now, even in that case, I can still imagine that it was Eren telling Grisha to behave so bad with Zeke. So then one day Zeke could have rebelled, could have become a traitor of Grisha. So Grisha would have sent to the wall so he could meet Kruga, and then we all know how the story went. So, yeah, absolutely. Eren is the director of this story. But in that moment, while they are in the basement, and Zeke said something like this, by being convinced that Grisha didn't care about him and Dinah, etc., etc., etc. Eren is surprised once again. Remember that we are still inside the Grisha's memories for the moment. Later, we are going to change a little bit because we switch also to Eren's memories. So that's a big contrast. But right now, we are still in Grisha's memories. And in fact, when Eren is checking Grisha, trying to, I mean, he's sleeping, but under this arm, he has the picture of Zeke and Dinah. So that position, it makes you understand that actually Grisha didn't forget about them, but it's like as if by putting this arm on top of the picture is a way for him to protect them still, to remember that they are there, that they are in his heart still. And but Eren, by checking that, he feels disappointed once again because Grisha prefers to look at the past instead of the future, because once again he prefers to check something that makes him retreat himself from being what he is now. That means the Shingeki no Kyojin already. So these contrast between the past and the future, these moving forward against taking a step back, that is something outrageous to Eren, because Eren's will is always like that, to move forward, to risk, no matter what, to not be confused or influenced by external events that can change his mind. But Grisha was weaker. I mean, Grisha was really weak compared to Eren, and that's why Eren feels disappointed also because of these small details that make him feel as if he is projecting in his mind the picture of a Grisha that is a traitor, that is a good for nothing, that he is not ready to attack, that he is always taking a step back, that he is a coward, that he is not brave, and all these things. So this was so meaningful to me too. I mean, no matter if Grisha is just sleeping on top of a picture, but at the same time, that structure, the position of Grisha with the picture, the fact that that picture is symbolizing the past life of Grisha, while he was already living with Carla and Eren. So all these things are really meaningful, and you should pay attention on these. And Eren, in this case, is surprised once again. It's the second time that Eren is surprised by checking these memories of Grisha, and but it's also thanks to this trip of memories that he can collect other small details. He can collect other few events that he didn't know, so he can upload, he can update, not upload, he can update his database of all the things that he knows. And it's all possible. I mean, he could recreate, or he could understand these small details and these moments in which he feels so surprised, thanks to Zeke, because Zeke is the one who is letting him having this experience. By connecting the two Jaeger brothers, they can have this stream of consciousness, this path of memories that is lasting years. So we don't have to forget this. And then there is a great moment because Grisha is whispering, "I'm sorry, Zeke." And Zeke is, "What?" I was thinking that my father forgot about me. I was convinced about this. So how is it possible that he still thinks about me? And I think Zeke didn't notice the picture. I mean, he will notice it later when while Grisha will close the drawer, will use the key, etc., etc. But that's a different moment. It's happening later, so it's not happening now. But right now, Zeke is speechless. First of all, because he's saying sorry, and this have never happened before. And second of all, because Grisha is still remembering his first son. So all his sure thoughts that he had so far, they are not real anymore. They are not true anymore. And this is something crazy for Zeke, because once again, this story is showing you that when you're too convinced, then you're going to be surprised by the course of the events, because they are going to show you the contrary. And this was so great. But he is saying, "I'm sorry, Zeke." And at this point, I open a bracket. Sorry, I have to say this in advance so later you understand what I mean when I am analyzing another thing that I saw later. These are Grisha's memories, okay? And throughout all this first part of the episode, that is before the opening, we see as if Zeke wanted to convince Eren. But these are Grisha's memories. It's like as if Grisha wants to show him that it's not true what he thinks. It's like as if Grisha wanted to tell him, "Look, it's not true that I forgot about you. It's not true what you think, what you're sure about. No." Or, especially in this scene, there is the switch. That means that from Grisha's memories, we are passing to Eren's memories. of what uh, Eren's memories based on what he saw through Grisha's memories. As if Eren in this moment wants to prove him that everything that he was convinced of was wrong, that Zeke was totally wrong about everything because Grisha always cared about him. So there are these two options. Is that Grisha who wants to show, thanks to the memories he has to Zeke, that he is wrong? And in fact, in that moment, he has the chance also to see him a little bit. Or is that Eren that wants, thanks to Grisha's memories, to interfere a little bit and to let him understand that what he's thinking is totally wrong? That means, Zeke, it's better if you're not sure anymore because I know how the story went on. I know that Grisha cared about you. So it's time for me to stop you from thinking things that are not true. They can be both. I would like to imagine that that's Grisha instead, because those are Grisha's memories. So he can interfere in his own memories and he can, as if he is present over there, as if he wants to show Zeke the contrary. And that was the most important thing. But okay, let's go step by step. So he's saying, I'm sorry, Zeke, while sleeping. And this is another important thing because if it's just a metaphor, if it's just a symbolism, we can understand that while he's sleeping because he was forced by that crow's feathers pen to write the books as much as the Eren of the future was telling him, while he is asleep and he can really find himself because Eren of the future can't go inside Grisha's dreams. I mean, I don't think so. But it's like as if falling asleep, he can regain himself. Grisha, can regain his dreams, his thoughts, his real self, and he's saying, I'm sorry, Zeke. Going back to what he really was thinking without being influenced by the memories of the future. So this was really nice too. But I'm sorry, Zeke. Why does he say that he's sorry? Four options here too. First option, does he feel sorry because he understood his previous mistakes? So he is just dreaming in that moment that he is in front of Zeke and he is saying this to him. Second option, does he feel sorry because he is forced by the idea that he has by seeing things from the future to follow what this Eren from the future has to tell him. So even in that case, if we go back in the past, he was forced to behave wrong with Zeke, so then he could meet this other new family and follow what the Eren from the future told him to do next. So he feels sorry because he was not himself at that time. Option number three, he feels sorry because, yes, I was telling you now, he was not himself at that time. So it's a way for him to tell to Zeke, thanks to his memories, and by including Zeke in these memories he has, look, Zeke, at that time, I already knew that I was wrong. But I was forced from the memory of the future, and by seeing, thanks to the memories of the future, something really good happening, that I was forced to behave like this with you, so I could reach the walls, I could make a new family, I could raise a new kid, so that kid could have been the hope for the future, not just for me, that I went inside the walls and recreate a new family, but also for you, because maybe thanks to Eren and thanks to the scenes I saw from the future, I could raise a boy like Eren, who in the future would have gone outside the walls, who would have discovered what's outside the walls, and he could even meet you. So you could have created an alliance between brothers and create something epic together. So does this mean that Grisha feels sorry because he was forced to sacrifice his first family because he knew by seeing from the future that at the end of the day, the result was pretty awesome, not just for Eren and Shiganshina and Paradis, but also trying to rescue Zeke as an alternative plan. Maybe. For option, yeah, I already told you already, actually. Yeah, that Zeke was sacrificed at the beginning by Grisha for the good sake of Eldia. Because Grisha, by seeing everything from the future, thanks to Eren, some frames, not everything, okay, and that's why he was tricked by Eren. He had a vision of the future that was a pretty hopeful, and by doing what he did was also a way to rescue Zeke in the future. So that I'm sorry, Zeke, is pretty powerful because it has, as you can see, I got you four options already, and that's so amazing. Um, and once again, this makes you understand that the story is already written. So even Grisha could rebel at that time to behave in the wrong way, to follow what Eren told him from the future because he was influenced, but but that was also for him. So seeing things from the future, few things from the future. But for him, it was this a confirmation that he had to do so. Because if the result is positive, let's handle it. I mean, let's hang in there. Let's struggle. I mean, if you know that the result is positive, and later it will be not positive. And that's why Grisha was tricked by Eren. But at that time, Grisha didn't know the rumbling, didn't see the rumbling, of course. So Eren was playing with him, showing him just, I don't know, maybe he showed just Eren growing and, and joining Chosahedan to discover the world. Or he saw. Or he saw from the future that Eren could reach the ocean, so he could almost reach Zeke. Okay, all these thoughts that inside the Grisha's mind made him think, okay, what I'm doing is right. And even if I am sacrificing my family at first, and even if I have to sacrifice Zeke for a little bit, later Zeke will understand that I'm doing this just for his own sake too. And I'm not just forgiving. I'm not just forgetting him like this. No, it's totally the opposite. Um, and then, yeah, Grisha is seeing Zeke, and there is this alteration of space and time because we are in Grisha's memories, and Grisha is not seeing Eren, is seeing Zeke only. And that's why I'm saying, is Grisha jumping inside this memory on purpose from his own future? I mean, from Grisha's own later future. He is jumping to this memory to talk to Zeke or to show Zeke that it's not what he thinks, that he did what he did because he was just tricked. So please forgive me, Zeke, because I'm showing you why. And Eren is surprised once again. It's the third time that Eren is surprised so far. Why he is surprised? Because he couldn't imagine that something like that was happening. Because he couldn't believe that Grisha could see Zeke, actually. And he's surprised because he can't control this. Now Grisha is controlling this situation. And as I told you, it's like as if Grisha from some years later can have the ability by being the Shingeki no Kyojin to run through time and to specifically have the chance to meet Zeke in that specific memory, as if he is interfering on Eren's project and guiding the situation for the moment. And once again, Grisha can see the memories from the future because once he's waking up in that specific context that you have to understand that it's already the past, okay? But he can see the Zeke from the future. He can wake up and see Zeke from the future. So it's already an alteration once again between past and future. And of course, by being the Shingeki no Kyojin, he, Grisha, at that time can move from the future to that specific moment, as much as he can move vice versa. He can move from the past to check some things from the future, because at that time he was the Shingeki no Kyojin. And when all this thing is happening, there is a silence, guys, that is speaking for everything, because that silence is something crazy, okay? And once again, Zeke, in this case, should thank Eren, because it's a thanks to the unification of these two powers, Eren and Zeke together, that Zeke can have the chance in the future to rest in peace, because he will have all the answers he needs, because he will understand that his father was not forgetting about him. So it's also thanks to Eren. There is a paradox, okay? But it's a thanks to Eren in this meeting that Zeke can have all the answers he needs. So when he will die, because I'm pretty sure that Zeke will die, it will be a peaceful death, because he already knows everything that he needed to know. The most important thing was that his father didn't forget about him, and he cared about him, and that he loved him, and that he wanted to spend more time together. All the things that he has always searched for. So thank you, Eren, somehow, because it's a thanks to matching these two brothers that Zeke could find a sort of a peace inside his heart. But by doing this, I mean, by having the chance to see his father at that time, as much as his father is seeing Zeke, and having the chance to see even in Grisha's eyes or in Grisha's facial expression, how he would like to see Zeke, how he thinks that he saw Zeke, you understand that he can't see Eren at that time. He can only see Zeke. Otherwise, he would have said, Zeke, is that you? Eren, is that you? No, he's not saying something like this. He's only saying, Zeke, is that you? It means that he can't see Eren, that is over there. I mean, he's next to them. Huh? But this is good because Grisha could even have the possibility, by being inside his memories and by jumping, by being the Shingeki no Kyojin, he could jump to that moment, even to show Zeke his face, while being sure to see him. That is a face not of a father that is, no, I don't care about you. I don't care if you are alive or not. I don't care if you grew or not, blah, 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 blah. No, he's a face of a person that is surprised, that is so feeling so emotional that he really wants to see him. He really wants to see him growing, because by looking at the memories of the future, he knows that he will never have the chance to meet him again. So this was even amazing for him to see how Zeke is right now. The chance to see him, the same chance that is not impossible to have, because Grisha will never be able to see Zeke anymore. He will just see him maybe through the memories of Eren. Because the Shingeki no Kyojin has the possibility to see the future or to move forward till his death and after his death. So even Grisha is not dead for real. He's still there. As much as Xava was telling Zik, I will not die, I will still live inside of you. So, or I can see you through the memories. So, this was pretty nice because you see that Grisha had the possibility to see him. And that was so awesome when he's saying, maybe I'm just dreaming. No, that's not a dream, Grisha. You made it. You could see him. And when he's saying, it's impossible that it's impossible that Zeke has that long beard. Because, of course, he has a memory of Zeke that is totally different. But at the same time, this instance, this moment, this frame of a second in which he can see him, it's like as if the Grisha of the future, the Grisha that is after he destroyed the race family, could go back in time in that memory and telling him, confirming Zeke thinks that he was convinced that they were totally the opposite. And it was so amazing. I really liked this because Grisha had already the first possibility and then he will have other two. But he had the possibility to see his son. And I understand him so much because when you, once again, I repeat you this, when you know that somebody from the future is coming and he is presented to him as your son, you can't imagine that that son is going to create the chaos. You imagine that your son is trying to force you to do things for good, that is trying to force you to create a future that is already written because this Eren from the future knows everything. So you, Grisha, know that what you're doing is something for good. You have never imagined that this could have turned into a nightmare. So I'm so happy that Grisha could have had the chance to show Zeke that he was just a victim of all this. And he was just trusting, he was just believing that there's a new generation coming from the future telling him that everything would have been fine, that this plan would have been made, and that they could have lived all together peacefully, or that even the future would have been so great, even if they had to risk their lives. See, these are promises coming from the future that are making you trust this, are making you believing in this also because it's my son talking to me. So how am I supposed not to believe him? The love, the trust, the way to believe in him is more important than trying to ask myself, is this a trick or is this a joke? Is he joking with me? No, when you love, you don't need the confirmation. You already love or you already trust. So I understand Grisha what he did because if it happened to me, I would have done the same probably. If my son from the future is coming in my brain or is showing me things or is he talking to me and he's saying, do this, mom. If you do this, things will get better. If you do this, we can be rescued. If you do this, I would have believed her because she's my daughter. And how is it supposed that my daughter is telling me something like this to create chaos instead? No. So the power of this story is that you're not convinced to take a side until the end. Because if in the previous part, we were saying that Grisha was a bastard because he was behaving so wrongly with Zeke at that time that we all thought that Grisha was so mean, so evil, okay? Now we have a different opinion of him because we see things from a different perspective because we were all tricked and this is awesome. This makes you understand how powerful this story is, how a masterpiece this story is. Because until the end, you don't know. I feel also sorry for Zeke once again now, for example. And in the previous episodes, I was telling you, oh, Zeke, come on. Uh, I can't wait until Levi is going to cut your head, okay? But now I feel still sorry for Zeke in this moment. I feel sorry for Grisha. See? But anyway, after all this, when Grisha thinks that, oh no, I'm wrong, because that's not Zeke, it's impossible. I wonder one thing, and then maybe this can be really stupid. I already say it in advance. But when Grisha is seeing Zeke and he's saying, "Oh, Zeke, is that you?" Then immediately after, he's not seeing anything anymore. And he says, oh, okay, no, no, it was impossible. That was just a dream, okay? First of all, it could be the option that I told you before. That means Grisha himself, from his future, that means maybe even when he killed the race family, etc., he could have had the chance even to go back to this memory and tell Zeke and show him that he cares by saying, I'm sorry, Zeke. That is the same thing that he's saying even later. I mean, in the scene of when after he killed the race family. So maybe he could move himself through his memories, because still at that time he was the Shingeki no Kyojin, the owner of the Shingeki no Kyojin. Or, and this is another opinion, okay, this is stupid, but I'm still thinking this too. Why not? While Grisha is believing that it was a dream, that means, no, come on, that's a dream. Maybe Eren, in that moment, interrupted all this because he didn't want Grisha to tell Zeke all he knew from the future. I mean, the fact that he had to stop Eren, right? But if Grisha is from the future, I mean, if Grisha is in that moment in which the race family is killed, and he can go back to that time in which he first meets Zeke in the basement. Maybe at that time too, he was saying, Zeke, is that you? Because maybe he wanted to tell him at that time too, please stop, Eren. But if Eren is interrupting that moment because he has a supreme power, I mean, he can maybe stop or interrupt things, events as much as he likes. Maybe at that time too he stopped Grisha, and that's why Grisha saw Zeke for an instance, for a moment, and then, ah, no, okay, that was just a dream. That means, it was a dream. If I could meet Zeke, I could have told him, stop, Eren, already at that time. I thought about this because you see Grisha's face, Zeke, is that you? And then, huh? Oh, no, okay, maybe that was just a dream. As if that moment was erased by someone immediately. Do you understand what I mean? This could be awesome. Even in this case, I don't think that is correct, but I just wanted to share this thought with you because it could make sense somehow. Uh, 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 and then in this scene, amazing scene. Now you see that Eren is taking the control of everything. But I wanted to tell you one thing, even regarding this. This, of course, is a trip of memories more for Zeke than Eren. We all understand. Even if sometimes it was useful even for Eren to understand other things that he didn't know. And in fact, you see his surprised face. So, okay. But this is more a trip of memories, a stream of consciousness, or a stream of memories for Zeke, not for Eren. But you know that when Eren is taking the control of the situation, and he is saying, Tsuki, I mean, he's saying, next, because he is at the beginning it was Zeke saying Tsugi, 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 and now is this Tsugi is said by Eren, but Eren, when he's referring to Zeke, he's always using the word Ani, no, Oni-chan or Oni-san or something. He's not calling him Zeke. But in the moment in which he's saying Tsugi and he is opening the door, he is saying Tsugi, Zeke. I have an option to tell you. I mean, two. One is the main, the most common one. That means Eren took the control finally, and he is going to show Zeke everything that he needs to know why Eren decided to betray Zeke and his plan. Okay, this can be the option, the standard option. That anyway, it's a plot twist inside the huge plot twist that is coming later. But okay, I mean, it can be, and it's surprising us because Zeke was about to handle Eren, while in the meantime it was always Eren handling him. Okay. The second option that I want to give you is that when Eren is saying Tsugi, Zeke, it's like as if it's Grisha inside Eren, as much as Eren could. Okay, when Kruger said if you wanted to save Mikasa, Armin, and all the others, do this, finish your mission, la la la. This is Kruger talking to Grisha because Kruger could see the memories from the future, or is Eren possessing Kruger's body so that he can say that sentence? Because if that's the case, even in this case of this scene, maybe it's Grisha entering, I mean, possessing Eren's body and saying, Zeke, Tsugi, it's time for me, Grisha, through Eren's memories, to show you what happened. So you can have another answer of the fact that I didn't forget about you. So you will understand why I was forced to believe in the Eren of the future, because I thought that what Eren showed me from the future was something for good, something that could rescue you too. And that's why I followed him, because it was a way for me to believe that my two sons could go along with one another and they could create something amazing, as much as Eren showed me, because Eren can show just a few frames to him. Not he can, he wants. That is different. So when that Eren is turning and he, even the eyes are different. Did you see? Did you notice? When Eren is looking at Grisha, or he is looking at Zeke throughout these memories, he is having a glimpse of an eye that is angrier, that is typical of a person who's taking the control of everything and he already knows everything. That means like this. But in in that scene, when Eren is turning and he's opening the door and he's saying Tsugi, Zeke, the face of that Eren is a little bit different, as if it's Grisha making that face to Zeke instead of Eren. And in fact, that Zeke at the end makes me believe that that's Grisha who wants to show him the rest and not Eren. Of course, it's through Eren's memories, but as much as he could see him in an instance in that basement, he wanted to say, Zeke, Tsugi, now I'm going to explain you what really happened. So you will understand that I am not the problem. Eren is the problem. I felt like that. I mean, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I definitely, when we will rewatch the episode on Friday, I will let you understand what I mean. I will take a screenshot and I will show you, because that was I don't know, that was pretty obvious to me that that was not Eren in that moment talking. And that's why I also believe that Kruger, by saying if you want to save Mika's army, or make a family, etc., etc., you started this story, so you have to find a way to finish it. That was Eren possessing Kruger's body and talked to Grisha directly. I don't think it was a Kruger seeing the memories from the future and repeating as a parrot the sentences. No, no, because the intensity of that sentence, when even he said, it's you, you started this story. When Kruger said that sentence, that it had the same intensity and the same behavior that Eren is having now with his father. Even when Kruger was showing him the picture and he was saying to Grisha, look at it, look at it. You're not brave enough to look at it. You don't want to fight. You don't want to do this. This attitude is typical of Eren. It's. I don't think that that was Kruger at that moment too. It was Eren interfering with the Kruger from the future and transmitting these sentences to his father. We will rewatch that on Friday, even that scene, so you will understand what I mean. Then there is the opening. I still go on a little bit and then I'm going to stop. So tomorrow I will make a part two. Going ahead with all the rest of the episode. I mean, even if I have all the papers here, but it's already 3 hours that I'm talking, so try to understand me. Zeke is saying, Grisha loved you so much. Come on, Zeke, you had the evidence 3 seconds before. 3 seconds before, you had the evidence that when Grisha was seeing you for an instance, he was, Zeke, is that you? I mean, as if a parent is not seeing a son for years and he's so amazed and he's so emotional. And in that moment, a few seconds after, Zeke, Grisha really loved you, and he let you grown free. Okay, Zeke, you didn't understand that so far. Okay, let's go ahead. But here, Zeke, I understand his point of view because everything he is so clear from his point of view because it was also clear to us in the previous seasons. So I don't want to condemn him. I just want to tell him, look, I felt you because in the previous seasons we felt the same thing for you, Zeke. But right now things are turning upside down, so you have to see things in a different way. But first of all, Grisha is saying, and Zeke is saying to Eren, Grisha loved you so much, and he let you grow by being free. Okay. 4 options even for this sentence. Come on, Zeke. Eren was never free, if you think about that. He could have been free to create lots of events, one after the other one. But he was, anyway, in the cage of this cruel world. He suffered a lot too. So he was never free. And if we connect once again with the first frame, no, one of the first frame of this episode in which the baby is moving forward, I mean, he's trying to walk straight, but he is stopped by Grisha, that already makes you understand that Eren was not free since the beginning because he was forced to stop. He had an intention, he had a will, a free will to do something, but Grisha was always there to stop him, to catch him. So we are never free. Even in our real life, we are not free. Because our parents are always ruled on us and tell us or told us what to do, what not to do. There are laws in the world in which they are telling us what to do, what we can do, what we can't do. So we are not free. Even if it seems so, we are not free. So even Eren was not free, especially because he was born inside of a context that was surrounded by walls. How is he supposed to be free? I don't know. But anyway, second option, he didn't erase. I mean, he didn't erase. He Grisha didn't erase Eren as much as you think, Zik, because it was the contrary. I mean, it's like as if Eren Yeager uh, raised Grisha throughout all this time by commanding him to do things, by showing him things, so he was convinced to do something for good and things like this. So Zika, sorry to tell you, but it's the contrary. And at this point, sorry, I open another bracket. At this point, that Eren Kruger, it's not a coincidence. I mean, it's not a beautiful coincidence. Ah, watashi no namae wa Eren Kruger. Come on. At this point, at that time when Eren Kruger was meeting Grisha, it was yes, Eren Yeager together with Kruger the owl. That's why later even the name of the boy is Eren, but not because I don't think that the real name of Kruger was Eren at this point. Maybe Eren, by going inside Kruger's body or Kruger's mind, he said on purpose, my name is Eren Kruger. That means there is even the Eren from the future controlling you now. Third of all, Zeke is still convinced, and we can't change his mind until we go ahead with the episode, unfortunately. And of course, Eren was not brainwashed because everything starts from him and his decisions, his will. So, of course, I mean, when Zik is saying Grisha loved you so much and never brainwashed you, he really let you be free. No, it's because Grisha saw from the future what he had to do, how he had to behave, and what he had to say to the Eren that was living over there. That's why he was behaving like this with Eren. Because he already knew from the future that Eren was about to become something like this, something like this, something like this. There was no need to brainwash him because he already knew everything that he had to do. So he was just, Grisha was just following the flow, was just following what Eren from the future told him to do, no matter if it was something good to do or something bad to do. He was following it anyway. And in fact, Eren said, for this reason, I tell you that it's useless what you're doing. Exactly. Because he already decided everything. So no matter the fact that you want to try to change Eren's mind, you can't because there is no evidence of what you're saying. Everything is based on Eren's actions. So that's wrong. It's pointless. We are wasting time. And in the meantime, this trip, I wanted to remark this trip is lasting years. So it's like as if we are in the loop of the loop. I mean, it's like as if they, by reading all the memories, by checking all the memories and stuff like that, they are repeating things over and over and over and over again. So it's like as if they are living in this moment in the loop that is showing them a loop. This is fantastic. This is something crazy. Um, and then even the fact that Grisha transformed Eren into the Titan, it was not because of Grisha's will. It was not because Grisha really wanted to do something like this. First of all, Eren Kruger told him to do this. But second of all, it's Eren Yeager that, thanks to the memory he shown him from the future, he told him what to do, how to behave. If you let me eat you, then you know what's going to happen, Dad. I showed you already, and he was just showing him a few frames to make him believe that what he was doing was correct. He's a genius. I mean, demonic genius, Eren, because he could show him just a few frames, the frame he wanted, in order to keep going on with his plan by convincing his own father to kill, to being killed by him, because that was the greatest thing. And in fact, Grisha did what he was suggested to do. Mm, all Grisha's questions have an answer. I mean, no, sorry, all Zeke's questions have an answer. In fact, now he's asking two main questions to Eren, and he's saying, "Why do you want to finish this conflict, this fighting that is happening, that is about to happen? If you start the rumbling, um, of course he wants. I mean, Eren wants to finish this once for all, and by following his thoughts, he wants to turn the world upside down for the first time. I mean, throughout 2,000 years, the Eldians, especially the Eldians living in Paradise, because he wants to save Paradise. He doesn't want to save Eldians in general. He wants to save Paradise only. That is a little bit different, okay? While Grisha, for example, he wanted to save all Eldians, right? But Eren doesn't think like this. Eren thinks, from what I understood, that he wants to save a paradise only because that's the place where he was born. That's the place where he spent time with his dear people. That's the only place that deserves to stay alive because his art is connected to that place. And this is pure selfishness. Yes, once again, I wanted to remark this. In life, when we have to choose between strangers and the people we love, we choose the people we love. When we have to choose between who we have to protect between strangers and the people we love, we choose the people we love. So Eren is the representation of human beings. And you can't tell me the contrary because you would have also saved your dear person first. Or if you know that these people are condemned for 2,000 years, that they were all killed because of a stupid idea, they were all massacred because of this, and you also saw the massacre in front of your eyes as a proof that this exists for real, you can't tell me that you wanted to save the aliens in Liberio instead of the aliens in Paradise, because this is hypocrite. I mean, this is not true. You're just going against your own feelings if you stay in the same, if you put yourself in the same situation. But in the case of Eren, he wants to save Paradise only. Because Paradise, selfishly speaking, is his world. He's the place where he could meet Mikasa. He's the place where he could have been raised by his family. He is the place where he could spend time with Armin, dreaming about the future. It's his dome of happiness. So he wants to save them instead of the rest of the world. So when Zeke is asking him why you don't want to end this conflict, no, at the end of the day, he wants to destroy the rest of the world, and he wants to keep a paradise only. That means, for the first time in history, he wants to turn the world upside down to see how it works. And by doing this, he wants also to extinguish. I know why he wants to let all paradise people survive instead of the rest of the world, especially his dear people, because he is convinced that the people they are going to survive, that are also his dear people, are able to create a different world, or at least to create a world that can't be forgotten, because we have two Ackerman over there, and the two Ackerman can't erase their memories. So he is pretty sure that the story will be spread in the right way. It will be spread as it is. So even the new generations can learn from this. But also because he's trusting his dear people and he thinks that they are the best people to spread this story as it was. For real. But yeah, turning the world upside down, let the people he loves to survive, sacrifice himself for all this. Because, listen, in order to sacrifice yourself and do a project like this, you needed to be brave. You needed to be courageous. And I admire this thing of Eren. He is brave. No matter if people are accepting his will or not, or they are accomplish it, or they are pleasing it, or they are feeling disgusted about this, etc., etc. We can't deny that Eren is brave, that Eren is courageous, because if for 2000 years this wasn't possible because people were coward to react, Eren, on the contrary, is really brave, and he is sacrificing himself for something that he thinks that he is good. And once again, yes, that's selfish, because we human beings are selfish. We always think that what we think is correct and all the other people's opinions are wrong. We always prefer our opinions instead of other people's opinions. We always people the people we love instead of all the other people we don't know. That's a matter of fact. These are facts. These are evidences. And we can't say the contrary. We can't. Because by already choosing the people we decided to love, we are already making a discrimination. I mean, I chose my husband and I love my husband. I already discriminating all the others because I chose my husband. And by doing this, I'm selfish because I decided to pick one person instead of 7 billions. So this already makes me feel selfish and makes me already discriminate my husband by thinking that he is the best, that I love him because he has great qualities, etc., 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 by thinking that he is the one. So by saying already these things that he is the best, F the rest. I mean, all the rest of the world doesn't matter to me as much as my husband means to me. So this is already discrimination. We are all doing this. We all have best friends. We all have a friends of a series B, series C, series D. We are making distinctions. So we can't be hypocrite and say, "Oh, Eren is bad." Blah, blah. No, he is choosing what he loves. He is preferring some people instead of others. But we also do this in real life. Tell me the contrary. So you are loving people the same, all the same? No, that's not true. It's impossible. If you tell me so, you're an hypocrite to me. No. You love your parents in a different way than other adults. You love your best friends in a different way instead of other friends you have. You love your husband, you love your fiance, you love your boyfriend differently than other men or other women in this case. You can't tell me the contrary. So Eren is just embodying the concept of a human being. A human being that is limitful, that has lots of limits, a human being that can't recover the world, because I'm pretty sure that after he will die, things are going to repeat, or not things are going to, and later I'm going to tell you one thing, but let's say things are going to repeat over again, maybe, or there will be other mistakes that those human beings in paradise will make. Yes, sure. But I think Eren now is playing the role of what's fair and what's unfair. And for 2000 years, it was unfair that people had to pay for the sake of others. This was unfair. So, for his mind and his thoughts, he had to be brave enough, open a bracket, tatakae, tatakae, close the bracket, to turn the world upside down, and for the first time, to let the paradise shine. This is risky, yes. This is brutal, yes. This is making Eren become a destroyer, yes. Does this mean that he is a bad character? No, because he is brave enough to do something that other people wouldn't do. Because he is sacrificing himself for the love of others, for the love of his heart. Because he's not afraid to show the people the limits human beings have. Because he's not afraid to represent or to embody or to personify the bad world we are living in. It's just a way to face it. It's just to accept the reality. The world is cruel. And we can't go ahead with these thoughts of utopia. Oh, yeah, everyone can be peaceful. We can survive if we can create a peace throughout the world, a peace only. That's impossible. Because we are all different. We have all different thoughts. What's good for me can be bad for you. What's good for you can be bad for me. We are all different, so it's impossible that in a world like the Shingeki no Kyojin world, or in the world we are living now, we can create peace only. It's absolutely impossible until until there will be individuality and not a context in which there is people believing all the same things. You understand that a world of a pure peace only is not possible. Or we brainwash everyone thinking that peaceful is great and we don't have to move and blah, 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 blah. And we let people all think the same. Otherwise, there is individuality. That means that all individuals are thinking something different. And let me tell you honestly, even if I don't like a war, of course, I don't like it. Of course, I prefer a peaceful world, but I'm not stupid enough to believe to this fairy tale, because we all know how people can be selfish. I know how people can be tricked by power, even in our real world. I know that people want to prevail on others, so I'm not stupid enough to believe this great fairy tale that one day all the world will be peaceful. Yay! Yeah, this is called utopia. And it's not because I wanted to be negative. It's not because I wanted to spread this thought of negativism, but I just want to let you understand that, as I was telling you at the beginning of this live streaming, the coin has two sides. We live in a world that is ruled by opposites, and life, nature, whatsoever, even your soul has two sides, more than two, actually. So we can't think as one option only. No, because this is not how we are also inside ourselves. We don't have one opinion only, we have a multiple. That's why I don't hate Eren. I admire him because of the courage he has to take this risk to be shown from the world as if he is just the destroyer, when you have to understand that if for 2000 years the coin was left like this, with this side only, that means the rest of the world matters, the people in paradise, let's massacre them, let's destroy them because they have to pay for what they did 1,000 years before. Oh, you were the ones, I mean, you guys, or some of you guys, were condemning Gabi for the same thought. I mean, you were saying that Gabi was wrong because she was saying that the paradise people had to pay for what the ancestors made. And at that time, we were agreeing with Kaya. At that time, we were saying that Kaya was good because she was helping Gabi understand that they are not that it's not good that they have to pay for something for a mistake that happened 2000 years before. But the problem here is that Marley is still thinking that they are Akuma. Marley is still believing that they have to be massacred. That's the difference. Paradise people were not attacking Marley anymore. Paradise people were living inside those walls peacefully without knowing anything because their memories were erased and they were not attacking anymore. But on the contrary, Marley, even after 2000 years, they were keeping attacking them. This is unfair. And that's why I still agree with Kaya. As much as I agree with Kaya, I agree with Eren. For the same purpose, for the same reason. And going back to the question that Zeke is asking Eren, why don't you want to finish this conflict by erasing, by not giving Eldians the possibility to have babies, so we finished it? No, because this is too easy. If you erase something as if nothing happened, it's easy. You have to face reality as it is, and you have to have a faith in the next generations. So what Zeke is doing is wrong because he wants to erase a population as if nothing happened. As if it didn't exist. It's wrong. Definitely. But I already explained you why I admire Eren and his courage to turn. Yes, I was telling you, for 2000 years the coin was put like this, where Marley was always and the rest of the world were always surviving, and the Paradise people had to perish over and over again. Now let's turn the coin upside down. Let's see. This is something that is called fairness. And from Eren's point of view, now we are judging what's fair and what's not fair. And for Eren, 2000 years like this, it was not fair. So let's make it fair. You can agree with this point of view of Eren or not, but that doesn't mean that Eren is the worst character ever. No, he is one of the best. Because all of the thoughts he's thinking, because all that he is embodying, it's difficult to admit it, but our real world is like this. There are countries who keep opposing other countries and let them stay under them. It's a reality. And we can't wish for a peaceful world while even now in 2022 we have lots of wars happening. We can't believe to this fairy tale anymore. This world will not be peaceful only forever. No, this is not happening. History is telling us this. And even if we wish for a peaceful world, that is something beautiful, that I would like to live in a world like this. But on the contrary, I already admitting myself that this is not possible. Until all human beings are different and things, different things, this is not going to happen. Because once again, I repeat you, what's good for you, it can be bad for me. What's good for me can be bad for you. Even the concept of peace, some people can think of peace in a different way than you. Who knows? Some people can think that peace is protecting your own country by destroying another one. Because the most important thing is the peace inside your own country. And this is happening even in our real world. So as you can see, the concept of peace is individual, is subjective somehow. Even if we have an objective vision of a peace that is undeniable, etc., but then all people can think of a different peace in their mind. So until there is individuality, we can't believe this fairy tale that one day the world will be peaceful. All the world will respect, all the people will respect one. Yeah, Believe it. In fact, we see it even nowadays, even in this latest month. Yes, I repeat you. Even if I want a world, I would like to live in a world like that. I am already conscious, and I already admit myself. I already feel disillusioned that there's a thing it can't happen until there is a hierarchy in the world, until there will always be somebody on top ruling on the others. There can't be peace, or there can't be equality of thoughts. There can't be um, a group of people instead of a hierarchy. Until there is a hierarchy and somebody is ruling others, even in this world, there will never be peace, as you think. Or that's why you condemn Eren, but look at the world we are living now. But anyway, and in fact, yes, by doing what he wants to do, Eren is confirming what Kenny said before, that I told you before. Because when he was talking to Uri, he was saying, yeah, violence is the absolute truth here. Yes, in fact, the rumbling will start and the world will be destroyed except for Paradise. This is what I understood. Mm, and then Zeke is asking another question. He is asking, why do you want to take the power of the founding Titan? What's your plan? Again, my answer, if I know Eren a little bit, is that he wants to destroy the world in which they are living in right now because it's a cruel world and they have always stayed under this cruel world because of others. He wants to save a paradise only and all the people inside the paradise only because and thanks to that he can generate somehow a new world that there is no guarantee that this world will be better. No, because if you follow what I thought, what I told you before, and what I think, human beings are limitful. They have limits. So no matter if I understand Eren that he is acting thanks to his selfishness, and he wants to save just the people he cares, that's a selfishness. Yes, I remark this. So all the people who are saying that I stay on Eren's side just because no, I know what I'm saying, okay? But that doesn't mean that I don't love Eren. I love Eren. If even if he will destroy the world, I love him, but not because I am a destroyer too, but because of the intention, because of the purpose he wants to do so. That is different. Look at Eren, or the people like Eren, were always imposed by others. They lost their memories because of others. They couldn't act freely because of others. So this free will was gone. They couldn't rebel because they were killed by titans. They couldn't have their own authority as individuals. Would you like to live the same experience? I don't think so. Especially if it's for 2000 years. I don't think so. So I like the thing I like about Eren is that he is courageous. He is brave enough to take this risk. He does this for love, the only love that he feels for his dear people, because he's not an hypocrite. He loves his people because he wants to move forward without being stopped, and because he wants to create, or he wants that all the people living in paradise can develop their free will once for all. And the free will, it means that they are able to choose finally. Something that they have never been able to do so far. And this is so important. You also, who are condemning Eren, would like to choose what you like, would like to choose what to do in your life. You don't like impositions too. So I don't understand why you hate Eren, sincerely, because Eren doesn't like impositions too. Eren wants to be free to do what the F he wants. If he wants to go outside of the walls, he wants to be free to go outside of the walls. But if he knows that he will be attacked by it, okay, I'm going to destroy you because you are destroying my freedom. This is the essence of human beings. I'm saying this just as a parenthesis, just to let you understand what I mean. If a thief is coming inside your home, and this thief has this burglar, I mean, this thief has a shotgun. I mean, he has a gunshot, and he's ready to shoot you. What do? Are you going to defend yourself somehow? Or are you going to shoot too to defend yourself? I think so. Because in that moment, if you shoot, it's not because you wanted to kill the thief. You shoot because you wanted to defend yourself. You shoot because you wanted to defend the people you love. You shoot because he came inside your house to steal things from you. But you want to defend yourself, right? So automatically, instinctively, you shoot as much as you are afraid because the thief is going to shoot. So how can we condemn Eren? I don't understand. I don't condemn him at all because I know what we are. I know what the human beings are. And if you study philosophy a little bit, you understand. Or if you study psychology, you understand how we are. And maybe you can also understand Eren a little bit more. Um, in that moment, when Eren is answering to this question of Zeke, the second one, if you check, between the answer and between the question and the answer, there is a pause, there is a break, because Eren is looking at that specific memory that he is in front of. And the memory is when he is with Armin and he is smiling at Armin. And of course, that's the main reason of everything. I mean, that's why Eren wants to do what he wants to do, because he wants to let all those people who were dreaming inside the paradise to be free and to make those dreams come true. The dream to come true, it means that they don't have to overcome the walls anymore. The walls have to be destroyed because that was a fake reality they were living, and he wishes for the people in paradise to live a life based on truths and not just by dreams, as much as he was dreaming with Armin by looking at the book and dreaming what was good to do to show this, to check these continents that he has never found, etc., to protect that dream that can come true. And when he's looking at Armin and Eren, when Eren himself is looking at Armin and Eren smiling and having that dream, thanks to that memory, he has a melancholic face. And in fact, there is a sort of silence in that moment. And his eye, beautiful eye, thank you, Mappa, because you made a great job, was portrayed in the best way. Because over there you see Eren remembering still that moment in which he was so happy. And he was dreaming many beautiful things about the external world and how innocent he was. I think Eren would have liked so much to go back in time. If he could go back in time, he would have gone to that moment still. the moment in which he was still peaceful, the moment in which he was still happy, the moment in which he was sharing with his friend a dream, and the hope for this dream to come true, to be able to go outside the walls, discover the world, the beauty of the world, not the cruel world, the beauty of the world. But everything is turning upside down, and that beautiful world is turning into a cruel world. But I think that Eren wants to go, if he could, he would have liked to go back to that time in which he was so innocent and he didn't even know the cruelty of the world as it was. That was so beautiful. Thank you, Mappa, for showing us Eren's beautiful eyes, Eren's face that can let you understand so many things. That even if you think that Eren is cruel, even if you think that Eren is evil only, no, this episode is proving you many times that that's wrong. That okay, later, I mean tomorrow while doing part two, I will explain you. But yeah, it's not true. Otherwise, look. Otherwise, if he was a pure evil, if he was a demon, he would have crushed the entire world. The entire world. Okay, but I don't think so. Look at the ending. He wants to protect the paradise. So how can a demon protect other people? If he's a real demon, he has to destroy the entire world because he's evil. Who cares about everyone? No, he's selecting. So he can be a demon from the perspective of the rest of the world, but from the paradise perspective, he is the person who sacrificed himself to save them. So as you can see, perspective matter. Anyway, and then yes, he's saying, I, since I was born, I was always myself. And this makes you understand that Zeke, you were wrong. Grisha didn't or couldn't impose anything because he chose already everything. So he was always himself. You don't have to worry. Grisha didn't do anything. At this point, Grisha was a victim of Eren. And this is cruel, but at the same time fantastic, because till the previous part of the season, we were thinking something really bad about Grisha. We were thinking that he was a demon on earth, but the real demon on earth is Eren, who projected a demon, half demon. I want to say, I want still be to be precise, half demon, because I want to remark this: if a demon is evil, he doesn't care about the rest of the world. That means paradise. Half demon, yeah. But why do I also say half demon? Is because I still believe Eren has a heart. And in this episode, it was shown to you this. So please, if you still think that Eren is evil only and he is a villain and la 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 la, please go and check out all Eren's faces in this episode. And I hope that it confirms you the contrary. If it doesn't confirm you the what I'm saying, on Friday when I will rewatch the episode, I will make the screenshot so you will understand what I mean. And no, I will prepare them in advance. So on Friday, when we rewatch the episode, I'm going to show you. Anyway, let's analyze this sentence. Since I was born, I was always myself. Number one, and I told you, he's smiling with Armin. While he's looking this moment, he's saying this sentence. He was smiling with Armin. That means he wanted to go forward to discover the world without being stopped. And at that time, he still was not the Shingeki no Kyojin. So that's already a proof that he was like this even before, not just after. Second scene that is proposed here is the baby boy. the baby boy we see at the beginning of the episode. He that even if he's stopped by Grisha, he has these eyes. This baby has these eyes as if he's complaining, as if he wants to go against this moment in which he was stopped by Grisha, because his intentions were more important than the rest, and because even the baby boy was rebelling to Grisha anyway. So this way to rebel is a part of himself, is a part of his instincts, is a part of himself, what he was. Then another scene, another frame immediately after the baby boy is the crow that is flying, that is passing. Yes, once again, the crow is a bad omen. The crow means death, destruction. The crow is the representation of the devil sometimes. And the crow is also, yeah, it's Eren. So the way to create a mess by reaching his goal no matter what. That means this is a way to go forward by being a bird, that means searching for freedom, but also a black bird like a crow, that is something malevolent, something negative, something bad that is about to happen. And in fact, the rumbling will not be, that's great, yeah, it's so beautiful, the rumbling. No, it will be a massacre and the world will be destroyed. So we are about to approach the rumbling really soon, and we all know that we will see tragical moments. We will see people being destroyed while these colossal titans are going to step on them. This is something that we can't avoid. But yeah, nobody's saying that it's nice to watch, but this is his story. I mean, by being his story, we have to go forward by looking at what his story is, and by see how his story will end. So we are spectators, we are viewers only. I don't want to stay here to judge Eren or to impose my idea on Eren, because that's his story. So I don't want to condemn him sincerely, because I'm not Eren right now. So I don't know how, I can imagine how he feels, but I don't know what does it feel like. So I'm not in the proper position to say that I condemn him. No, I don't want to be such a person like this. No. And then the fourth moment is when he was protecting Mikasa. So these four scenes, while he's saying this sentence, they are so majestic. They make you understand that even before becoming the Shingeki no Kyojin, he was always like this. And it was not because of other people imposing him or trying to stop him, like in the case of Carla, who tried to stop him. She couldn't. She couldn't. And Carla was one of the best people to Eren. So if even Mikasa couldn't stop him, so come on. And in fact, now we are reconnecting. Yes, okay. And now we are reconnecting with the scene in which Eren killed the three men because he wanted to save Mikasa. First of all, we see Grisha's face that is petrified, like and then you see Zeke that has the same impression, I mean, same facial expression. And for the first time, even when Zeke thought that Grisha didn't love him, that Grisha was different from him, that for the first time you see that Zeke and Grisha have the same facial expression when they look at Eren. This was really nice because the author here is playing with us somehow. I mean, he's telling you, look, Zeke thinks that Grisha is totally different from him, and then he is so pathetic and things like this. But at the same time, when there is a tragic moment like that, they have the same facial expression. Something hilarious, okay? And then the sentence that I love, love, let me tell you, that is what I told you so far. If someone is going to steal my freedom, I don't wait a second. I mean, I do what I can to take their freedom instead. Oh, this is the perfect. Why I love this sentence is because this is the perfect representation of what human beings are. This is what we are. That means you steal something from me, I'm going to take it back from you in the same way. Or in Italy we say occhio per occhio, dente per dente. Eye to eye. Yeah. Tooth to tooth. The translation. But yeah, this is like this. We can't be hypocrite to say that it's the contrary. Look at the world we are living in. If someone is going to attack a country, the other country is going to respond in the same way. They are not going to say, okay, I accept it. Fine. No? So why we should condemn Eren to saying a sentence that is exactly the reality in which we are living in? We can't agree with this, okay, but we should condemn what he says because that's realistic. That's totally true. And let me tell you another thing. I don't want that anybody wants to steal my freedom. If they steal your freedom, what would you like to do? I mean, let's put ourselves in Aaron's position while saying this sentence. If I put myself in Aaron's position, he's totally right. Who are you to steal my freedom? You're nobody. So my freedom is my freedom, and nobody can take it away from me. Nobody. You don't have any right to take away the liberty, the freedom from me. So that's why I really like it, this sentence. Also because it's reflecting not just what we are as human beings, but it reflects all the characteristics of what we are. We are revengeful. We are ready to counterattack when there is the necessity. The eye to eye, tooth to tooth, that process that I told you. And also because Eren, by saying this, if you took the freedom from me, I'm going to take it back by stealing yours instead. Translation: he is a slave of freedom. As much as Kenny said, we are all a slave of something. That's true. But this is a paradox because once again I say slave of freedom. But yeah, if it's like as if Aaron has a candy and somebody is going, we are like a bit childish argument right now. A baby boy is having a candy, the other baby boy is coming and he's stealing the candy. No, I want my candy back. I'm going to take it back from you once again. We did that even when we were kids, I guess. If someone was stealing our favorite toy, then we would have gone to these other baby boy or baby girl to steal that toy that was still my toy, and I wanted to give it to grab it back. So it's because I was a slave to that toy somehow. It's because I was a slave to that candy because I wanted that candy. I didn't want another candy. I wanted that candy. So my feelings to that candy are, or toy, are too intense that it can't be replaced by something else. So it's a way to be slave of it. Do you understand? So Kenny was totally right. I agree. And in fact, Eren wants to reach freedom at any cost by losing his life and turning into that bird that can guarantee him freedom. And then the brother you knew doesn't exist. That sentence was priceless because, of course, it didn't exist. It was only in Zeke's mind. And I tell you once again, I understand Zeke's point of view because Zeke didn't have a brother in his previous life. I mean, while he was in Liberio, he was denied by his parents. His parents didn't love him from his perspective. His parents didn't love him. He didn't have another brother to share his feelings. Only Xava could understand him, etc., etc. So he did all he can to meet Eren, to help Eren, to rescue Eren, because it was a way to praise himself to himself. I mean, to praise him, Zeke, to him, Zeke, to find a meaning in life. Because till that time, the meaning of life was gone already. Everything was going to fall upside down. Everything was throwing apart. So to have a new mission to rescue Eren. It was something that it could let him think, okay, I am not a good for nothing. I'm here for a purpose. I can do it. I can praise people and I can praise myself by rescuing another person and I can guarantee this. Absolutely. So I can understand Zeke's point of view. And I can understand that he was ready to sacrifice his own existence to reach Eren and to rescue his new family because he thought that Eren was his brother, his family, something to protect, etc., etc. But he created an idea of Eren that is not true. That this idea was just in his mind and in his heart, and maybe he also understood that Eren was not what he wanted him to be, but he preferred to trust his feelings and his instincts instead. Sometimes we are also like this. Even if we have the truth in front of our eyes, we prefer to accept the contrary because that's what we have always thought. So it's really difficult to admit to ourselves that that's something totally the opposite. Um, and once again, I wanted to remark this when Eren is saying to Zeke, in front of you, you don't have the brother that you think that it was. I mean, I'm not the brother you think that I am. This, do you remember 1 hour, 2 hours ago, I was telling you, look, I still believe at this point, no matter if this is a stupid idea or not, I'm going to tell you, but I still believe that when Grisha was behaving wrongly with Zeke, it was because of Eren's will. I mean, Eren wanted that Zeke behaved wrongly with Zeke so that later Zeke would have be considered a traitor, so that so that Grisha could reach the walls, so he could meet Kruga, so then he could have had the possibility to reach the walls and make a new family. But I mean, everything was already written. So even in this case, when he's saying, "I'm not the brother," you think, yeah, because maybe he created also all the pain on you on purpose. So, Zeke, I think you should feel angry instead. At this point, instead of protecting him, you should go against him for this thing. If I read the story in this way, of course. But it could be true, it could be not true. And then the three sentences that Eren is saying later to Zeke. Oh, I mean, to describe who Zeke is, in his opinion. Oh, terrible, terrible, terrible. He thinks that he's pathetic. He thinks that he is still complaining about how the father behaved with him, even if his father is dead. I mean, all these bad sentences to increase this hatred that Zeke can feel for him, this will of Eren to push hard, thanks to these sentences, to dig inside of Zeke's heart on purpose, to use a sort of knife and punch him directly. That was crazy. And Zeke says, no, but at the end of the day, I have to thank my father. Yes, because he opened my eyes. Okay, I know that he is thinking that, I mean, I know that Zeke, by saying this, refers to the fact that by betraying my father, I could open my eyes, I could understand what was good to do with my plan. Yes. But if you see this sentence in a different way, yeah, I'm pathetic, but even if I'm pathetic as you think, I can thank my father to open my eyes about the danger of Eldia. I mean, about how dangerous Eldia can be. Oh, if we see what Grisha is saying later to Zika, stop, Eren. Thank you for opening my eyes, Papa. Do you understand? You can see these are two things from two different sides, from two different perspectives. It depends on you. Does that mean that maybe Grisha already could travel in time once again to open Zeke's eyes? But no, I think in that case is wrong. But if you analyze this sentence in this double version, it's like when we analyze later the other sentence when Grisha is asking Eren, the tiny Eren, why do you want to go outside the walls? Okay, we will talk about it tomorrow, of course. Um, and once again, Zeke says, even if I know that by saying that Grisha is the savior of the world, he means that by opening Zeke's eyes, he understands that the good thing to do is to follow the plan in which aliens can't have babies anymore, etc., etc., etc. But if you see even this sentence on the other perspective, when he's saying, I think that Grisha is the savior of the world, because he revealed that Eren is the problem. But once again, Zeke doesn't understand that everything that Grisha did was not made by Grisha, or was not coming from Grisha's intentions or Grisha's mind. It was coming from Eren. Full stop. Okay, I just finished this scene, and then we will see you tomorrow because with the second part, because I reached the half. In fact, there are 4 hours. Yes. And in the meantime, Zeke is talking about this, about Grisha. He's explaining what he thinks, etc., etc. Eren, he's looking at him, himself, and Mikasa. Once again, this makes you understand that Eren is not evil only, that is not a demon only. Otherwise, if I am a demon, if I don't have care about anybody and I wanted to destroy the world, I don't pay attention on that scene in particular. But Eren was captured by that scene because that's the core of everything that he's doing. Mikasa is his family. Mikasa is his lover. Mikasa is the highest representation of love. And he is captured by it. So, wow, a demon that is captured by love, that is caught by love. Is Eren a demon? Question mark. I don't think so at this point. But the beautiful moment in which he was looking at her, and he was, yeah, he was a kid. It was like as if while he was talking to Zeke, he was so into it. I mean, he was saying everything, la 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 la. But later, he was like kidnapped by that scene. Marvelous. Marvelous. As if while he was talking to Zeke, la, 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 the world is cruel. But it's still beautiful. The scene with Mikasa. And he is looking everything from the outside. This is amazing. Definitely. And once again, if we make a parallelism with the beginning of the episode when the little boy was trying to catch the butterfly, do you remember? Yes. Once again, Eren, the adult Eren, was caught by that butterfly, by Mikasa. And of course, he knows he was caught by this butterfly, that is Mikasa, by the shelter, that is Mikasa. The shelter, that means that the sensation of home, the feeling that that's the shelter where a person can return to, like the ending is saying. The real home, the real concept of a family, home, shelter, warmth, everything. But the person that also acts, that look, Mikasa is even the person who accepted who Eren is. Always. I mean, even if she was trying to tell that it was not good to join Chosahedan, she let him do so at the end of the day. But she had to join him. Otherwise, she didn't feel good enough. She let him go to Liberio for years. She of course would have liked to stop him, but Mikasa didn't modify Eren. Mikasa didn't change Eren, and that's why he loves her, because she has never wanted to force him to do something else. She was just protecting him. That is different, and that's why he loves her. Also for this reason, because she was able to accept what he was. And she's also the person that could let Eren feel loved, protected, cared, home, okay, family, the real concept of family. And Mikasa is the main protagonist of Shingeki no Kyojin, because Eren decided to destroy, decided, yes, to destroy the world as much as he will do, to protect her, because she's the first name in the list. So Eren thinks that the world is okay to be destroyed if this means that he can save Mikasa, because she deserves the world. She matters more than the entire world. And then everything that is surrounding this adult Eren while looking at this scene becomes meaningless. Zeke keeps talking, but he doesn't care. The context itself doesn't matter anything, because the most important thing is to check that moment in which he's talking to Mikasa. He's giving that a scarf. And as much as some scenes before, when he was talking to Zeke and Eren was checking Armin with the book, over there too, he was caught. He was kidnapped by that scene. So Mikasa and Armin, they are his treasures. And it doesn't matter if he has to destroy the world. They matter more than the world to him. Last thing that I tell you for today is this thing that Mikasa is saying, atatakai, referring to the scarf. Look, I have 4 options that is making a definition of this atatakai. First of all, of course, we are talking about this red scarf, and the scarf is making you feel warm, especially after all that she's passing through. So this warm feeling that this scarf is giving her, it's like as if that scarf is part of the way in which she's falling in love with him. It's like a connector, okay? It's like, okay, in Italy we say galeotto fu. That means that one tool, one event, one object, something is the starting point of this love at first sight, as if there is like a sort of lightning that is starting everything. So if we consider Dante Divine Comedy, and we talk about the description Dante gave of Paolo e Francesca, at that time he was saying Dante Galeotto fu, that is remarked everywhere. I mean, it's the one of the most important quotation from Dante, because even in this case, this scarf is the connector, the starting point of everything. So that's why I think Mikasa is the most amazing protagonist of Shingeki no Kyojin, because it's a thanks to her that Eren based his life, only his life, on her. I mean, she is the result of all the things Eren did so far. Wow. That means Eren decided to crash the world upside down for saving the beauty of the world. And she is the beauty of the world. Then, Atatakai, that scarf, a second option. It can be Atatakai like the fire or flames of destruction that is coming, because when the rumbling will start. But even now, with the Shiganshina battle, you see flames everywhere, you see fire everywhere. So this Atatakai is that moment anticipating all the destruction coming later. Yes, it could be. And in fact, he wanted to give that scarf that is red and is Atatakai, like all the flame, all the flames, all the destruction that even Mikasa is going to see. So it's like as if Mikasa is turning into a partner in crime somehow. Then the third interpretation, warm, because of the flames that they are surrounded by in that context. Because even in that context, Eren and Mikasa, they have a flame next to them. They have a fire next to them. So, wow, it could be a connection. But it's also connected to all, yes, the most important one is the fact that it is connected to all the destruction, as if this scarf is the result of all the reasons why Eren wants to destroy the world. I mean, it's like as if that scarf is yeah, the result of the rumbling, the effects of the rumbling, and the effects of the rumbling are caused because Eren wants to save her. So do you understand why I say that Mikasa is the main protagonist of Shingeki no Kyojin? Because everything that Eren is doing is done because of her, because he wants to save her. So she is the result of what's happening after the rumbling: destruction and regeneration. Why regeneration? Because Mikasa is a hope for the future. And it's amazing. And last but not least, the fourth option, yeah, it's a Tatakai, because that scarf, it's warm because it's reflecting Eren's heart. And Eren's heart is warm because Eren's heart is still there. It's not going anywhere, no matter if he's going to destroy lots of people. Do you think that Eren feels great? I mean, do you think that Eren feels happy? I don't think so. He is just following his mission no matter what, but that doesn't mean that he is sad, that he is happy, or that he is satisfied with what he is doing. I don't think so. That's why I still think that that scarf is still the proof that Eren has a heart, and he will always have. Okay, guys, so after 4 hours and 11 minutes of live streaming, this is part one of this live streaming dedicated to my thoughts of episode 79, episode 20 of season 4, part 2 of Shingeki no Kyojin. See you tomorrow with the second and last part of it, in which I will analyze, or I will tell you my thoughts regarding the second part of the episode, always following scene after scene. Thank you so much for the support. Bye. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye. See you. Bye bye.